All right, let's see if that works. Okay, sweet. We are in. Righty. Any viewers yet? No viewers. With that, we'll wait for a couple of viewers to get in, and then we can get started. Okay, do we have any viewers yet? If you're viewing, go ahead and leave a comment so I know you're out there. Okay, looks like we have one viewer. Hello there, viewer. Gonna see if I can get a link generated and posted to the Facebook page. Yeah, that link did not work, so we're gonna try again on that. All right, we have two viewers now. Hello, everyone. Welcome. For those of you tuning in, my name's Anthony. I'm the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Trying to get the link out to the Facebook page right now so we can really get this thing going. So I guess I'll start out with a little Q&A for those interested. So if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. We'll be getting started here shortly. There we go. We got a valid link. All right, perfect. Okay, first comment. Hello from Bremerton. Still calm here. Hello there from Milton. Yeah, still pretty calm outside here as well. Maybe a light breeze, at most 10 miles per hour. Nothing too crazy yet. The real show is gonna start around probably 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at this time frame. Okay, so the first stream that I had on this channel was wildly successful. Ended up getting around 110, 120 subscribers just from that stream. So thank you guys for returning if you have done so. If you're just joining, feel free to give a subscribe so I can do events like this more often. As always, when I'm starting a stream like this, I like to start on windy.com, looking at either the wind view or the satellite view. And look at that beautiful mid-latitude cyclone coming in. Let's play a visual the last hour. You can see how this bent back occlusion is moving closer and closer to Nia Bay, Cape Flattery. We're expecting a landfall somewhere in this vicinity here. The storm has hit full maturity and is going to begin weakening, actually, right before it moves onto the coast. Right about here, we're going to have a rapid collapse in pressure. Will it verify? Who knows? Because as we saw last night, the big winds that we got behind the front did not verify on models. Okay, Jaw George, welcome. Had to read your post twice to realize I needed to go to YouTube. This is cool. All right, yeah, thank you. Thank you again for tuning in. Glad to have you. 2 likes already on the stream so far. Thank you. And we are up to 10 viewers now. So obviously the word got through on Facebook. Also, I forgot to mention, this is my first stream and any content I produced here in the new apartment. And it feels great. All right, so if we look at the satellite real quick, you can see some areas of clearing around here. These are strong showers, isolated thunderstorms moving into the area right now. You can see these better if we go to the weather radar. You can see this huge conglomerate of rain moving in. If we put this into animation, you'll see what I'm talking about, coming out of the south-southwest approximately. So if you're in Oak Harbor, Camino Island, get ready for a big burst of rain very shortly. Congrats on the new place, by the way. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support big time. So I'd say a realistic goal for tonight is let's try to get up to 200 subscribers on the YouTube channel. Let me pull up a live sub count so we can watch this together. The only difficult thing about this new setup is I don't have the 4th screen up top, so I can't pull up a separate tab of there. I've got 3 screens, which should be more than enough, but still kind of confusing me because I usually look up top at where my TV was, but the TV's out in the living room now, so just rocking the 3 monitor setup. Going down here, the radar in Central Oregon, between Yachits and Newport, a cluster of thunderstorms is moving on shore at the moment. See all of these cloud-to-ground lightning strikes being picked up. Let's go to the current radar. And you can see some about probably 100 miles off the coast too. These are moving the same direction. A little cell to the northeast of Coos Bay, creating some lightning strikes. And also, we've had some squall-like features move through Portland already today. Got another one here by the looks of it. If there's anybody watching from the Portland area, look out because it's going to get windy down there real shortly. And our winds are right around the corner. Nope, still a light breeze, so we're good there. So depending on your location, your winds will probably start earlier than others, especially the farther southwest you are. So if you're in Grays Harbor, Pacific, Wahkiakum counties, to name a few, down here in the southwest interior, you'll likely get a burst of winds before everyone in the Puget Sound does. It looks like we are currently at 151 subscribers, so 49 subs away from the goal for today. Thank you guys. If you like this stream so far, feel free to share, like, comment, subscribe, whatever you please. It'll really help the YouTube algorithm go a long ways. Okay, there we go. That's the tab I wanted. Let's move this over real quick. So 151 subs. So actually, I ended up getting 8 subs already today, and not just from the live stream. I've only gotten like 2 or 3 from the live stream. So for those of you who have looked for the channel and subscribed without going to the live stream, thank you. You're helping out tremendously. In the meantime, since I got that up, let's go ahead and look at some weather models. So this is the high resolution rapid refresh 3-kilometer model. Let's start out looking at the reflectivity. So we have a brand new run that only has 2 hours on it. This is the 23Z, which is a 3 p.m. run. We can get the full story. Let's go back to 22Z, the 2 p.m. run, and see what it has to say for predicted radar. This is as of 2 p.m. This is already 2 hours out of date. It predicted the cells over Skamania County. Obviously that's Skamania and Clark County down there. No, actually that's Cowlitz County. Never mind. Cowlitz County. I don't think those verified, but this is 4 p.m. on the last model run down there. Predicts a cluster of cells across the Olympic Peninsula, Kitsap Peninsula, moving to the northeast. And then after that, the innermost bands of the storm system start to move in, and this is when we're really going to get the big winds. You can see the storm center just peeking out here in the corner. Let's zoom out so you can get a better look at it. Too far. Zoomed out too far. Okay, that's a little better. Okay, so the storm center is right here. These are the inner bands of the storm. We had the outer bands pass several hours ago. So the warm front came through, and then the associated cold front, once that front passes through, will really start to get kicking up in here. So across Washington and Oregon, especially the west side, we have these clusters of isolated cells, embedded thunderstorms predicted to move through. In eastern Washington, though, they have a marginal risk of severe weather, while we just have a general risk of thunderstorms. This is between 11 p.m. Keep an eye on the time up here, and 2 a.m. You can see the center really starts to fall apart. The pressure gradient begins to fill in, and our winds should substantially weaken after that. Then this looks like a westerly surge feature, perhaps, that forms early in the morning tomorrow, 8 a.m., behind the passage of the storm system. Okay, no comments on YouTube yet. Guys, if you have any questions, leave the comments down below in the stream. I will also be answering some questions for those coming from Facebook to the best of my ability. Just got to switch back and forth between screens at the moment. So just the last couple days alone, we have surpassed 6,200 Facebook followers. And we're super close to 6,300 right around the corner. We're over 4,600 Facebook page likes. And a lot of people haven't realized this, but I started a subscriber option for my Facebook page. It does have a small cost, $1.99 per month. I haven't quite gotten it started yet, but I will be rolling out some posts here soon. Whether it comes to behind the scenes content, or just more in-depth analyses on events like this that I may not post to the Facebook page. I'm also planning on special subscriber-only live streams on Facebook, if all goes well. But at the very least, I do want to get some posts and reels up there very shortly. Okay, Jaw George reshared to Facebook from my neighbors east of Arlington. Thank you for sharing. All right, it looks like we're currently at 7 viewers, 6 likes, 44 total views. So for those of you tuning in, thank you again. For those of you just tuning in, my name's Anthony. I'm the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thanks for tuning into another live stream. But let's start looking at the models that you guys really want to see. So we should have a few more frames on the 23Z. Now let me give the page a quick refresh. No, we're at 3 frames so far. So in these 3 frames, it predicts that this low collapses from 984 millibars to 980 millibars. So if anything, it predicts that the low is still strengthening. So what you want is for this number right here to drop. That shows increasing strength. The number goes up towards 1,000, then your low pressure is collapsing and you're not going to get crazy winds as forecasted. So it's just a matter of exactly where this low moves and when the pressure starts to fill in. That's going to determine who gets the biggest winds and when. Okay, so if we go back to the 22Z on the per 3 km, let's watch the progression of this low right here. Things been pretty steady around 984 millibars, and then at this point, this is midnight, you're really going to see this low pressure start to collapse. That 990, 991, 993. And by the time we get to the end of it at 8 a.m., you can see this is hardly the storm system it was before. Still a little bit of a pressure gradient across the Puget Sound and southwest interior. For bigger winds, you want these lines to be closer together. Like for example, right now, this is the area here where you would get the highest winds. And that slowly moves inland before the gradient begins collapsing. Now those winds are going to gradually subside behind it. Right, still getting some followers and likes coming in. We have just surpassed 6,300 followers on Facebook. Thank you to everyone who has followed and liked the page. If you're tuning into YouTube and have not seen my Facebook page, I am Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook. Okay, back to models. Let's look at what the 18Z NAM 3KM has to say. So this was initialized at 10 a.m. this morning. The NAM has been sticking with its guns to give us a fairly nice blow. This has been staying steady for the last few runs. Let's take a look at what I'm talking about here. So keep an eye on this number, 989 millibars. This is the last run. This one's a little off, but you know what I'm saying. The agreement's definitely there. On the most recent run, at the same time, it's got the low rapidly deepening down to a maximum of 977 millibars, and then watch as it crawls a little bit to the north, stalls just a tad bit, and then moves in east. But this run has it deteriorating much faster than the per 3 km or the European model. Speaking of the European, let's go check that out real quick. This is the most recent 10 a.m. run, the 18Z. Go back to the beginning, 991 millibars. Then watch as that low center comes into view. So this predicts that we peak at 977 millibars, about 200 to 300 miles off the coast at 6 p.m. And watch the progression as the frames go on. This is where it's going to rapidly fill in and the gradient's going to collapse in on itself. See, by the time 10 a.m. comes tomorrow, this is hardly even a thing to talk about. That's how quickly the situation is going to evolve and then devolve. And then as we go on into the extended, some of you have heard that we're going to be getting some sunshine and warmer temps, perhaps Wednesday and Thursday. That is true. The models are indicative of it. Let's go ahead and look at some of the temperatures. So yeah, it's showing 60 degrees for a good part of Western Oregon and Western Washington. This is Wednesday at 3 o'clock. Go ahead and zoom in as far as I'm able to. And so I like to think of this as sort of a respiration. It's more so an oscillation between night and day, but you can really tell when the daytime is and when the nighttime is, judging by the colors on the map. See, we got some mild temps here in the South Sound. This is 3 o'clock today. It's going to cool down a little bit into the upper to mid 40s. And now we're in the early morning hours, and temperature is going to rise again, getting up to, if not near, 50 degrees. And nighttime settles down. They'll actually get pretty cold here in the south Wednesday morning. This is 2 a.m. Wednesday. We're looking at some near freezing temperatures in the river valleys. This is Wednesday morning here. A lot of this area is at or below freezing, but that's going to change pretty quickly as the day goes on. See, those yellows are going to start popping in. And then within no time, we're over 60 degrees. So let's go to the 6-hour max temperature. And so the max temperatures for the area are 60 degrees for McCord, 61 degrees for Tunfield in South Hill, 60 degrees at Fort Lewis or the Gray Army Airfield, 60 degrees Olympia, 61 degrees Shelton, 61 degrees Bremerton, 62 in Renton and SeaTac, 60 at Boeing Field, 63 up here in Arlington. As we continue through the next few 6-hour windows, we do have another close call on Thursday at hitting 60 degrees. It's not guaranteed, but I'd say the farther southwest you are down towards the Columbia, the warmer you're going to be. Up here, it's still going to be pretty mild for the most part. Another somewhat warm day here on Friday. And then we start to go back to normal as we go into the weekend. See, we really only hit the lower to mid 50s across most of the area. Now let's look at wind gust swath. Once again, this is the European model, the brand new one. It's not as high resolution as the North American Mesoscale, the NAM, or the High Resolution Rapid Refresh, the HER, but it still gives us a pretty telltale story of what's to come. We got isolated wind gusts, 60 plus here in the San Juans. And then a lot of areas of 50 plus miles per hour. across western Washington. So here at SeaTac, this is predicting 53 miles per hour as the max wind gust compared to the previous run, right around the same. It does have a little bit less for Boeing Field, but that's about the only noticeable change for the most part. You can just keep going back and forth all day. Let's see a little bit stronger here west of Olympia too, so we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that. Perhaps we can get some strong winds howling in through the Chehalis River Gap over here. Looking at the same thing on a few other different models, the NAM 3KM, which a lot of people are saying it has really been overdoing it, has a lot of the southwest interior and southern Puget Sound lowlands in 60 plus. So this huge dark orange to red gradient here is 58 miles per hour and up. See, here's a legend right here. So 58 miles per hour. So each shade is a 3 mile per hour range of gusts. So this would be 58 to 61. Then this contour here would be 62 to 64, 65 to 68, and so on. All right, reading some comments that are popping up. No one's really commented on the stream so far. We have 11 viewers, 6 likes, and 78 total views as of now. So if you're watching the stream at the moment, give it a share, give it a like, give it a subscribe, comment your thoughts. If you have any questions, I'll see if I can answer them to the best of my ability. So let's look through the last few runs of the NAM. So this is the 10 a.m. run yesterday. Much lower max wind gusts than what's being told on the most recent model runs. Then we go to the 4 p.m. and this was one of the crazy runs that gave me a surprise yesterday. I posted this on my X account and it blew up pretty well. So see this little contour here down by McCord. This includes Parkland, Spanaway, and surrounding areas. This was predicting 64 miles per hour for a lot of this area. So 64 down here in Fort Lewis, 60 at the Tacoma Narrows Airport, 64 at McCord, 64 at Tunn Field, 61 at both Boeing and SeaTac, 60 miles per hour at Renton. One more run later, so the run 12 hours ago, still in the 60 mile per hour range for most of the South Sound, south of SeaTac. The last run, the 12Z, pretty similar story to 2 runs ago, except a little bit higher up here, 62 miles per hour in the Seattle area, and then this huge swath of 64 to 65 plus in Olympia and surrounding areas. Back to the most recent run. Still this wide swath of 58 plus. So this is a good reason why the National Weather Service upgraded their wind advisory for this part of the sound to a high wind warning. However, if you're north of, say, Everett and east of 405, you're still only in the wind advisory for wind gusts up to about 50 miles per hour. All right, we are at 15 viewers now, 6 stream likes, and 86 total views. And we are going on a half hour on the stream already. Let me refresh the Facebook page real quick, see what's going on there. You just watched your live stream. Excellent. Beyond impressed with your knowledge. Thank you very much for tuning in. Still nothing in terms of wind outside. We are in the calm before the storm as I'm reading in this comment on my most recent post about the stream. Okay, so far 4 comments. So guys, if you have any comments to add, go ahead and do so whenever you feel like it. On the analytics, let me refresh this. Oh, wow. +5 just in that little run. Thank you guys. We are 44 subs away from the goal for the evening. I'm probably going to stream until, like, depending on the user feedback and the watch time, probably 5:30 to 6 p.m. Let's go back to the Windy app real quick. Give that a refresh. We got this next band of isolated cells coming in. So these will be moving through the Olympia area here probably the next hour. So this area down here was highlighted in the marginal risk. So southeastern Washington in the Blue Mountain region is where we want to watch for any marginal severe thunderstorms if they do form. On the west side, however, that's not expected, but I do real quickly want to pull up another site. The main 2 sites I use for weather models are WeatherBell and Pivotal Weather. So Pivotal Weather, in my opinion, has a much better user interface than WeatherBell, but WeatherBell does have a lot more premium options for the price, since I do pay $300 a year for that. So steep, but worth it. These cyclones more unusual? Not necessarily. This is actually a textbook cyclone setup. What's most unusual about it is just how quickly it forms and how quickly it dies out. Dies out as quickly, if not quicker, than it forms. You don't see it too often, and it's extremely hard to predict around here. Okay, quick little water break real quick. Hang tight and leave those questions. That's 1 gallon right there. Much worth it. All right, let's go look at some pivotal weather. So you see, to get any closer than regional, you have to have a Pivotal Weather Plus subscription. And honestly, I'm not going to do that just because I already have WeatherBell. I don't want to add an additional 50 or so bucks a year, however much this costs on top of that. So you can go to the Northwest US, and this tells you your story right here. This is the American model GFS. Low resolution, but long range. So we're going to switch to a higher resolution model. Set it to forecast loop. This is the current 18Z for the NAM 3KM. So yeah, it goes from a 977 millibar deep low down to 990 millibars in very little time. Think about it like this. These are 1 hour intervals. So in about 6 hours, it's down to 990 millibars, just like that. And so the NAM takes it into the Hood Canal area, holds on at about 998 millibars. This is one thing I did notice, though, is that the user interface is a little bit glitchy. Like if I were to let go of the mouse here, sometimes it skips frames ahead and behind. Not a deal breaker, just a little minor tidbit. Okay, did I see 62 miles per hour possible for Olympia? You did. So, not on the most recent NAM 3KM run, but on a previous one, yes. So, actually, much stronger for the 12Z run. This was generated at 4 a.m. this morning. Luckily, it's trending down for the Olympia area in your favor if you're not a huge wind fan. But this still does show a max wind gusts of 60 miles per hour at the Olympia Regional Airport. Just a little heads up. Subscriber count, we're holding steady at 156. All right, and now this is one of the cooler features I like to look at. Point soundings. So this looks like a lot to the normal eye, and truly it is. Was a lot for me at first, but it's truly simple to understand the more you begin to look at these. So green is dew point, red is temperature. When the dew point and temperature are close like this, means you got a very moist atmosphere. In this case, the atmosphere is pretty moist up to about 6 kilometers above sea level. So you can read temperature, dew points, wind profiles, instability, all of that from this. Although, as you can see, no hazard type, and there's basically no instability here. A few other cool settings on here too, like simulated infrared satellite. It shows an extremely strong bent back occlusion as this moves in. But then as soon as it moves into Western Washington, it fizzles out. Just like that. Hardly anything left over. Looking at simulated radar reflectivity. Go back to where it showed some of these isolated cells. So this is... yeah, it's really kind of having a hard time glitching out here. So this is 10 p.m. Gonna go back in time a little bit. Let's go ahead and select a point sounding for down here. And then let's go back in time quite a bit. Because there were a few pretty crazy numbers that I got out of some of these. Let's try the per 3km and see if it has anything else to say. Go to the most recent model run. See, right here, marginal severe. So this is an algorithm that takes a lot of these factors into consideration, and it spits out a potential hazard type based on the parameters met. For example, seeing something down here, this is effective inflow storm relative helicity. This is the measure of vertical spin within a storm's updraft. The higher the value, the more the spin. This is 173 meters squared per second squared. So the LCL line down here indicates low cloud bases. And the greater the space that you have between this dash line here and the red line here is the greater the instability in the atmosphere. You want more instability for thunderstorms. The more the merrier. This one has a surface-based CAPE value of 144 joules per kilogram. It's quite on the low end for what was forecasted. Usually you need CAPE above 200, perhaps above 300 for really robust storms around here. So the fact that it's spitting out this hazard type is a little bit questionable. So now what I want to do is I want to put in the SeaTac airport. See, this also says marginal severe, so this is hour number 3 on the HER 3KM. Followed at 2Z, this is 6 p.m. not too much wind shear going on here at the moment. There's a little bit of turning in the lower atmosphere. You really want this turn if, say, you're looking at tornadic weather. You know, it takes a lot to get a tornado around here, but we do have some pretty good helicity numbers around here. So see this 270 meters squared per second squared. The only bad news is we have quite a bit of convective inhibition, or SIN-H, at the moment. You want less of this and more of this for thunderstorms. So really, you want this yellow LFC line farther down and this purple EL line farther up. Because this is all the energy within this area here that the storms are going to thrive off of. Also have 40 knots of effective inflow shear. So it's definitely up there. It's not great. In order to get a good tornado around here, even if it's in EF1 or in EF2, you need the instability and the shear to line up. Doesn't always happen, which is why tornadoes are so rare around here. All right. Hey, it's nice to see one of my Oregon peeps in here. Hey there, Marco. Pretty windy here in Benton County. Oh, you're over in Benton County? Thank you for tuning in, Eastside. Yeah, I certainly believe it. Yes, he is. All right. Well, welcome back to Washington. And actually, that area is just within the marginal severe risk zone, so you could really be in for it later on down the stretch. The one thing you also don't want to see for storm initiation is this little bent back hinge right there. So you really want this line to be steadily decreasing like this. So you really don't want a low level temperature increase like this. It's going to cap off your storms. It's called a capping inversion. So when temperature increases with height rather than decreases, because this profile here is decreasing all the way up until you get up here, which is what's called the tropopause, where the stratosphere begins. We have a really nice mixed layer with some actually pretty shallow lapse rates here. So this is the change in temperature with height. You generally want steeper lapse rates for stronger storms, which is usually 7.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer and up. See, these are in the 6.4 to 6.6 degrees Celsius per kilometer range. Not very effective for thunderstorms. The one we really want to keep an eye on really are the mid-level lapse rates right here between 700 millibars and 500 millibars. All right, so we have been on the stream for just about 45 minutes now. So yeah, we're not getting that much more action out of the soundings, so we're going to go back to Weather Bell Premium. We're still quite a number of hours out from getting the 0Z runs of the 6-hour run models. So the NAM 3KM and the European run every 6 hours, while the HER 3KM runs every hour. But it's only every 6 hours when we get the 48-hour runs. Every hour is 18 hours, but the 0Z, 6Z, 12Z, and 18Z are all the 48-hour runs rather than the 18s. So we just about have the 23Z fully rendered on Weatherbell. And so this is a little bit on the lower end compared to what the HER was saying previously. This doesn't have a lot of places breaking 55 miles per hour, which Actually, this seems like a more appropriate solution for this kind of storm setup. Because earlier, the HER was spitting out some crazy numbers, just like the NAM 3KM. Let me see if I can pull up any examples of this. I think I gotta go back quite a ways to find some of these. Yeah, so 17Z, this predicted that as of tomorrow morning at 1 a.m., this is 6 runs ago, has a 60-mile-per-hour gust predicted for Painfield and Everett. Meanwhile, 2 runs later at 19Z only has 58. And then 21Z, it's 55. And 23Z, it's only 53. So if anything, some of these weather models are pulling back the max wind gusts at the last minute, which is all too common around here. Alright, so now instead of swath, let's switch to regular wind gusts. So this is on an hourly basis. Let's keep an eye on the progression of this as I go through the frames. So this is 8 p.m. tonight. See, a lot of the area hasn't gotten the peak of the wind gusts quite yet. Only 35 miles per hour at SeaTac, 40 miles per hour at the Narrows, 43 at JBLM. So it's not really until probably 9 o'clock tonight you start to get some of the big winds moving in, 50 plus. And then by the next hour, it predicts 55 to 56 miles per hour for a wide swath of southwestern Washington. And by 11 o'clock p.m., 56 miles per hour for SeaTac, 60 plus for Tacoma southwestward. And then this is where you got that max 61 mile per hour value here at midnight. And see how the winds pretty much die down within a couple hours. This is when the low pressure center moves in and really starts to fill in, that gradient collapses, and the winds collapse along with it. And we get this little secondary surge of 50 plus around Seattle, Tacoma, but goes away rather quickly. And this model picks up a wind shadow quite nicely here. That's what I like about the high resolution models. It really exaggerates the terrain features much better than the mid-range ones, like the European. And then you see going out to Wednesday morning, basically no wind. I restart my software, so that's unusual. So if I drop out, my apologies, but it looks like it reestablished itself. Just a little software error, but looks like we're back and good to go. That was a little scary. We were at 153 views, 8 viewers at the moment, 8 likes, and for the subscriber counter, we are a little bit more, 158 and counting. Back to windy. Let's go ahead and look at the satellite one more time here. So this is, let's switch it to visible satellite. This is my favorite filter on this. It's a sight to behold, guys. This is a thing of beauty. Picking up some new lightning strikes here in Southwest Washington and Northwest Oregon. So the high resolution models are doing pretty good on predicting where and when these isolated cells are popping up here. The taller cloud tops can be seen here. Those are the stronger cells with embedded thunderstorms. We zoom in on this one down by Woodland. New lightning strike here, old lightning strike here. The darker contours here indicate that the taller cloud tops are casting a shadow on the clouds below. Okay, 9 viewers. All right. Not getting much activity for comments, guys. So if you have any other questions to ask or any comments or concerns, you're more than welcome to list them anytime. At this rate, I will probably stop the stream at 5 p.m. But if I do get more impressions, then I will continue to stream for longer. But going back to the Facebook page, still just above 6,300 followers and 4,600 likes. Yeah, a lot of people are saying they hate nighttime windstorms, and I agree with you. At my previous house, I had a tree line right behind the house, less than 100 feet from the house, with trees well over 150 feet high. And of course, with the wind direction, I was always scared as a kid that the trees would fall on the house because my house faces southwest to northeast, and the trees are right behind it. So any winds that come out of the west, southwest, or south would always throw the trees towards the direction of my house. Nowadays, over here at the apartment, I don't have to worry about that. And actually, we're getting a little sun peeking out now, too. So, we go back to the satellite. This is indicative of what we're seeing around here. This little area of clearing is going to move north. So, a lot of you guys in here between, say, Graham and Federal Way, if you're not already seeing some clearing, you will see a little clearing for a brief period. Then we got to watch out for where these showers and embedded storms go. So let's go back to the radar. You can see the inner bands of the storm showing up on the coastal radar quite clearly now. So yeah, when we got those couple of lightning strikes there near Battleground, the reflectivity goes up quite a ways. You start to see some red contours here for just a brief moment. That has since stopped producing lightning, and the storms in the area have weakened. Now, this complex is what's going to be moving in here in the next couple of hours. Could get some lightning out of this, could not. It scares me. I don't like storms. Well, I will say you're not alone. A lot of people don't like these storms, and that's just one reason why I'm putting the message out there that it's not going to be too crazy right now, but there is always the chance that it could be crazy, or this could be an absolute bust. The potential is always there. In a setup like this, the bust potential is higher than normal, but still, we've had very good computer model agreement, even a couple days out. So confidence is pretty high. National Weather Service is on board. That's why they extended the high wind warning to a lot of the South Sound. We're almost to 160, guys. 159 and counting. So now looking at the streamlined winds, these are 10 meters above ground level. Or excuse me, 10 meters above sea level, so about 33 feet. So this is midnight. It has strong sustained winds out of the south across the area. Really howling here in the inlet. And of course, Mount Rainier. So sustained winds of 23 to 27 miles per hour out of the south at midnight. And these winds stay pretty strong going into the morning hours. Then winds become southwesterly, and we start to get this wind shadow that's being picked up on the models. And then as we go into Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, winds go completely stoic again. And then we switch to easterly winds. And you're really going to see these winds pick up out of the mountain gaps here, and that's what's going to drive our warmer temperatures. Perhaps some strong winds in the, so this shows 26.8 miles per hour max, probably this little contour right here. This is 8 o'clock p.m. Wednesday. So if you're in the foothills locations, it'll likely be breezy, but by no means damaging winds. But yeah, this most recent run of the NAM has the winds really kicking up here at around 9 o'clock p.m. for the South Sound and 10 o'clock p.m. for the rest of the inland waters. Okay, let's look at simulated infrared satellite on Weatherbell. For this, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. The nicely well-defined sting jet right here. This is where the strongest winds would be in the storm. And then once it crosses into Cape Flattery, shreds itself apart. And within a few hours, history. A heavy rain up here in Oso now with slight wind bursts. Yeah, some of the weather models are picking up on a few river valleys up north getting stronger winds than the surrounding areas. The Stillaguamish being one of them. So the Stillaguamish River Valley could see wind gusts 50 to 55 miles per hour out of the west tonight. Locally stronger wind gusts, perhaps farther south you go. Like a few of these models were showing the Nisqually River Valley seeing over 60 mile per hour wind gusts, specifically between Ashford and McKenna. So this would include Yelm, perhaps Eatonville, Elby, Alder Lake, any other communities there along the Nisqually could be in for a nice blow overnight. They're really getting some good sunlight peeking in. I don't know how well you guys can see that in the back, but it lit up pretty well there for a second. Okay, good. We're still getting page likes and follows coming in at a rapid rate. That's one thing that I like to track during storm season, or when thunderstorms are predicted, windstorms, snow. I like to see the impressions with the page rapidly increase. Like for a while between storms, excuse me, for a while between storms, I was just barely hanging on to 6,000 page followers. Like I was actually losing followers a little bit, probably because of the lower post frequency. But then as soon as I started posting about this storm, I gained 300 followers overnight. You know, it's truly fascinating looking at that analytics of this. And Facebook's Meta Business Suite really simplifies this quite well. Really appeasing to the eye, honestly. Right, we're at 10 viewers, 9 stream likes, and 179 total viewers. So for those of you who are just tuning in, my name's Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. First stream from the new apartment. Any comments, questions, or concerns, feel free to leave them in the live stream chat. I will get to them in the order that they come in. Start looking at some more extended forecasts here. One of my favorite models to look at is the European ensemble. If it decides to load, Okay, there we go. We're getting something. All right, so this combines 50 different model runs and a control run and averages them out. So one of my favorite ones to look at is member low locations. So 50 different L's. Keep an eye on the accuracy and precision as time goes on. So all of the members are in good agreement within 100 miles of where the storm center is going to be. The really precise agreement for about 80% of the models there. 10% of them are quite spread out. And then 6 hours later, because this is 6-hour intervals here, 6 hours later only has this one L right here. And it's picking up a few different low pressure system centers off the coast. This is Tuesday morning, tomorrow, 10 a.m. And then you see that pressure really starts to rise. That's going to be our warmer temps and really stoic pattern for a few days. Like we're going to get some nice days here midweek. So according to the 18Z ensemble runs, after this storm comes through, it's not looking like we're going to have much for storm systems to deal with in the medium range. If we wanted to go longer range, we have a few different ensemble members we could look at here. I don't usually use the GFS just because of its low resolution, but it does go out quite a ways. I believe this one goes out to, 384 hours, so 16 days. So just to look into the so-called fantasy land here, let's see what some of these solutions are coming up with. This is also 3-hour intervals rather than 6 hours. It really is not showing much in terms of potential storm systems out there in the next couple weeks. Where we have a couple that come within 300 miles of the coastline here. Two of these models predict a 1002 millibar low and a 1003 millibar low. Either one of those, but after that, that's really about it. The spread is all over the place. This is where the solutions are just not accurate whatsoever. No precision, no accuracy. We would have to get closer to the time of the event for all of these to really start lining up. Now we're really, really far in the fantasy land. This is 384 hours out. And as you can see across here, like there's so many different solutions. Absolutely no precision whatsoever. This is just a guessing game of where this storm would make landfall. So there's a few other cool things we could look at here. Let's go ahead and pull up precipitable water and look at our storm on the precipitable water imagery. Still in the GFS. Let's go back to the Euro. See, much higher resolution than the GFS. Then this thing swirls in, it's done. And we perhaps have maybe a light rain event. No, this is Thursday. So this is when we're still going to have some sun. See, this is showing a weak atmospheric river moving into northern Vancouver Island. But then by this time, it's already weekend. Not going to do much for our weather pattern here. Go to precip total. If we max this out, once it loads at 144 hours, this predicts that the mountains get quite a blow of precipitation. This is not just snow. It could be rain, snow, ice, sleet, etc. And most of this falls within the next 2 days. After that, really not much for rain whatsoever. Now we can look at 24-hour rain totals, and this will show the bigger story. Once we get to about Wednesday, 4 p.m., the 24-hour rain totals are basically non-existent. Get a little bit of rain after the nice days on Wednesday and Thursday. And then perhaps we get clipped with a little system here later on in the weekend. This is Sunday at 10 a.m. 24-hour rainfall totals in the zero point 0.1 to zero point 0.2 inch range for Western Washington and surrounding areas. Okay, time for another quick water break. All right, so it's 4:50 right now. I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream by 5 o'clock if I don't get much more viewership. But I'm gonna go ahead and make another follow-up post right now, or at least a follow-up post to my page story. Maybe see if we can get some more viewers on the stream. Because my first stream, which was back in August of this last year for the thunderstorm outbreak, absolutely blew up. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I had over 100 subs just from that event. And since then, the channel basically died because I neglected it. Go look at, and we are over 160 subs. So I don't believe we're going to make the goal tonight, but you know what? That's okay. 162 subs is pretty good compared to what I thought for this time. I thought maybe we wouldn't exceed 150, but glad to see I was wrong there. We do have some isolated showers moving through at the moment in the South Sound. But for the most part, we're in this little... Oh, as you saw there, we got some new lightning flashes down here in Western Oregon. So the cool thing about the windy.com website and the Windy app on iPhone and Android is it shows you lightning strikes in real time. Can even play a sound and vibrate your phone as well. Really cool feature. Going back to satellite imagery. And it looks like some of these cells are really starting to take off here over Centralia and westward. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on these as they start to move into the Puget Sound. We're getting a lot of really robust cloud tops here across eastern Washington, southwest Washington. We go back to the radar. Radar's telling you all you need to know. Big complex of showers and embedded storms along this band here. Go back to the satellite and you can see where the high echo tops are. Highest echo tops are getting lightning strikes here at the moment. We go back to the wind profile. This is showing the European model right now. You can put this into motion and see what happens according to this model. So let's see, this is 6 p.m., 7 p.m. To skip all the way to 11 p.m., we still have a pretty consolidated storm center here. It's really going to start pulling these winds out of the south. At midnight, it starts to march almost due eastward. The center's kind of starting to fall apart here. And as we go into the early morning hours, this storm center's really pretty much gone. It's over the southern tip of Vancouver Island right now. Still pulling in some strong southerlies through the Puget Sound. Really strong wind gusts off the coast. We got some strong westerly winds coming down the strait here. This is 8 a.m. tomorrow. And things really start to die down by around lunchtime tomorrow. See, this also picks up on the wind shadow here in the central northern sound. Still some strong winds coming out of the west. So San Juan Islands, Whidbey Island, surrounding areas of Snohomish and Skagit counties. Someone flushed their toilet upstairs. But anyways, Let's go ahead into Wednesday, see if this picks up on the east winds. Yeah, kind of does. This is pulling an offshore flow gradient here, so that's exactly what you want to see for warmer temps around here. Yeah, good agreement there. Got some pretty decent easterlies coming out of the Stampede Gap here. So this is predicting 15 miles per hour out of the east here. This is around the Black Diamond area. Let's see, any new comments? No new comments at this time. That's fine. Go back to look at the page again. Still a lot of likes and follows coming in. Keep them coming. Thank you guys. Very appreciative of the support you guys have. No idea. Back to the YouTube channel analytics. We got one more sub, so we are at 163 subs and counting. 37 subs away from the goal for tonight. I know I'm most likely gonna fall short, but I'm not gonna call it quits then. Still a long time to get to 200 subs and above. If we can get to probably 1,000 subs by the end of the year, I'll consider it successful. But I'm most likely eventually going to start putting some more effort into this channel. More frequent live streams, perhaps some weekly uploads at the least, maybe bi-weekly uploads. This really depends on the time that I have with work. And I saw I got one more sub there. Thank you. So 164 subs. Let's go back to the chat. No new chats. So once again, guys, for any new viewers, we are at 12 viewers at the moment. Any new viewers, my name's Anthony. I am the host and owner of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Any comments, questions, or concerns, go ahead and leave them in the chat. I will get to them in the order that they are received. Meantime, let's go and see if the new Her run has started. Yes, it has. So we are only 2 frames in for the new 0Z. This is the one that would go out to 48 hours, but still have quite some time for all of the frames to render. But we can at least look at 2 hours. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's go to the city level. So this is the prediction for 6 p.m. It has isolated storm cells around the eastern Olympic Peninsula, northern Kitsap Peninsula, southern Island County. And actually, now that I think of it, I just remembered that there's a 15-minute refresh of this same model. So rather than 1 hour increments, this is 15-minute increments, so 4 times as many frames. The only bad news is it only goes out to 18 hours rather than 48. So let's put this one into motion. So we've got 4 frames here at the moment. And so this one predicts, so this is at the time of the run, 4 p.m. We're at 5 p.m. right now. So we go out to 5 p.m. here. And this has a prediction that we have some storms popping up here over the southern central sound. Let's go see what the radar has to say about that. Sort of verifying, but not very much at the moment. I do see it's picking up on this huge band of rain here in extreme northwestern Washington, Bellingham northward. See, it's liking that. It hasn't picked up on this band up here over Vancouver, BC. So this has a storm cell basically right over Alki Point, while the radar says not exactly. I think it's trying to predict this batch of cells right here, but these are obviously too far west of the model prediction. So models are always not going to be 100% accurate, especially for specific features like this. Yeah, so the most recent comment I got makes a really good point, and I guess I just wasn't really thinking about this too much, but they were saying viewership will kick in when the winds start hitting people. And you make a great point. I 100% agree with that. I just kind of figured if I gave enough warning time ahead of time to my Facebook page that maybe people would gradually start to join in, which they have. I think I've only gotten 13 viewers at most, but you know what? That's okay. I wasn't expecting it to be a busy time of the afternoon anyways. 5 p.m. on a Monday afternoon, not going to get very much viewership. That's why I wanted to originally do this stream either Saturday night or yesterday night, but the timing didn't really work out that much. Another one of my aspiring meteorologist friends, Matthew Fab in Federal Way, was doing a live stream on his Western Washington Weather YouTube channel. You can find him at Western Washington Weather on YouTube and Facebook. He has a really nice, successful Facebook page going on there. He was doing a nice, informative live stream last night, and I didn't want to take away the audience from him. I actually participated in most of his live stream. Very informative. Should give him a look-see if you feel like it. So that is Western Washington Weather on Facebook and YouTube. Also, if you want to check out a few good local weather pages too, there's Whidbey Island Weather. One of my friends, Jonathan, is up there. Of course, everyone knows Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, Michael Snyder. You know, one of the most popular weather pages around the Pacific Northwest, if not the most popular one. Let's refresh the radar one more time, see if we get a new image. We do not. Let's give the HER 15 minutes another refresh. We should have a few more frames at this point. Which we do, quite a few actually. Waiting for the last bit of frames to initialize, but it looks like we are out past 3 hours at this point. And so let's go to now. This is the prediction for 5 o'clock. This isn't exactly verifying on the current radar, but 15 minutes later, it shows a pretty robust cell right over Bremerton and Port Orchard here. We'll have to see how that verifies. So this is predicting that most likely, I'd say one of these guys down here is going to move up into this area and intensify. We're starting to get some stronger showers here between Hoquiam and Olympia. These are going to be moving to the north-northeast quite a bit. In eastern Washington, not looking too active at the moment. Some areas of isolated heavy showers. We're not seeing much for thunderstorm activity at the moment. I'm really hoping that this setup does not bust for eastern Washington. Got relatively new lightning strikes down here in the Willamette Valley. In my first stream, I got blasted for not pronouncing Willamette properly. If you know, you know. This time, though, not going to fall for the same thing. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on this little storm complex here between Thurston and Grays Harbor counties, because this is moving into an extremely favorable zone for a good wind shear, which could have some of these storms rotating here shortly. And then this shows the storm holding its strength as it goes into Silverdale. This is 5:30 p.m. Shows a lot of isolated cells over the Olympics and some more formation down here in Lewis County. Then it shows that cell losing strength a little bit at 5:45. This is 6 p.m. look at this right here. That line looks like it tries to get organized a little bit, and don't know why we had that big skip right there. So we got it reliably out to about 3 hours at the moment. Got some isolated cells we're going to have to keep an eye on here as time goes on. And maybe, perhaps, I may take a break on the stream here soon and then restart later on as the winds start to kick up. But there are a few areas I want to keep an eye on here as the afternoon goes on. Some isolated cells that have lightning potential here after nightfall. This is... So if we go out to 5.5 hours, this is right around the time the winds are going to start kicking up. The inner bands of the storm are moving in. And the shower activity becomes much less organized. See, this shows almost no thunderstorm activity whatsoever. Now let's go back to the main map, and I want to pull up some of the severe weather parameters, starting with lightning flash rate. So this shows the number of potential lightning flashes every 5 minutes per square kilometer. So the blue lines are a quarter flash every 5 minutes per square kilometer, which would be approximately one flash every 20 minutes per square kilometer. So it does show that potential for lightning, especially around the North Sound here. This is at 7 o'clock p.m. tonight. It does pick up on some lightning flashes here in the southwest interior and some areas of north central Pierce County here. So I'll have to keep my eyes peeled out the window as the night falls and see if I see any lightning flashes. I know for sure a lot of areas are going to be seeing power flashes tonight. Those are just exploding transformers from trees falling on them. Easily confused with lightning. Okay, so I got a question from Ray asking what's it looking like for Silverdale. Let's take a quick look at that real quick. I'm going to stay on the HER model, but we're going to go to wind gusts. So Silverdale's right about here. This shows wind gusts in the 45 to 50 mile per hour range by 10 o'clock tonight. And then perhaps a second surge of 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts early in the morning hours tomorrow. And then that's the end of the 0Z run so far. If we go to the last one, the 23Z, we can go out to the full 18-hour stretch. This has rather sustained wind gusts, perhaps some higher wind gusts in isolated areas like Seebeck, for example. These are showing around 55 miles per hour out there. This is 7 a.m. tomorrow. So, to answer your question, Ray, it's looking like it's going to be blustery as well for you in Silverdale and across a lot of the Kitsap Peninsula, but nothing too damaging. It looks like most of the strongest wind gusts are going to stay consolidated to the southwest interior and some areas of the South Sound. These new model runs are not picking up so much on the damaging wind threat. Strong winds, yes, but they're showing a similar solution to what they were a couple days ago. A more typical run-of-the-mill windstorm setup for around here. Nothing too major. All right, so we have been live for an hour and 26 minutes already. 6 viewers, 10 likes, and 230 total live stream views. All right, so I believe I'm going to wrap up this first stream. This could be my only stream, but what I think I'll do is post a poll on my Facebook page story and see what time would be beneficial for perhaps a second stream tonight. I feel like this was more so a warm-up stream to get acquainted with my new setup here. because I have to change a few things for the setup to work in this new environment. For example, the Wi-Fi connection, because right now I do not have a hardwired connection going to my room. So that's why some of the pages are taking a while to load, just because I'm on 1 bar of Wi-Fi right now. Got to figure out a way to get it hardwired in here. Okay, it's going to be a while before the 0Z NAM renders. Let's go back to Pivotal Weather real quick and look at a few things here. Let's pull up the newest run of the HER. So other than a few user interface changes, it should show the same story as it was showing on WeatherBell. And I see a few strong storms here. This is 23Z, so 3 p.m. That obviously did not verify. So let's go to 5 p.m., which is 1Z. Back to the radar. Refresh it real quick. Getting some heavy showers over the interstate between Centralia and Chehalis right now. So take caution if you're planning to go on a drive in this area. Not seeing much development so far on this line here, like the models are suggesting. Just waiting to see that random lightning strike potentially pop up. I'd say one of these storms here. I just really want to see what happens once it gets into the shear zone right here. This is known as the... Trying to think of a good acronym here. But I believe the full name is Olympic Peninsula Velocity Shear Zone. Appreciate all that you do. It's interesting to see the different models you show us. Thank you very much again for tuning in. Appreciate the support. I know it's nothing too exciting. This is more of a low-key stream, as you'd say, just since the viewership is not quite there at the moment. I may have started this stream a little bit too early. While we're on windy, let's go back and look at the visible satellite imagery. Let's switch this to infrared. This is showing these cold, high cloud tops around Western Washington, especially the ones embedded with these inner bands of the storm. So these darker colors here indicate colder cloud tops. Let me make sure that made sense. Lighter colors. These are darker colors. These are lower, warmer cloud tops. You want the lighter colors, which are colder, taller cloud tops. These are indicative of more robust shower setups capable of producing storms. So while I'm on the topic, let me go pull up the SPC page real quick, the Storm Prediction Center. See if they still have that marginal risk in place, which actually I just saw they just expanded the marginal risk to include parts of northwestern Oregon, like mostly northern Oregon and almost all of southern Washington. So let's take a look at this real quick. See that? Originally, the marginal risk really only covered the Blue Mountain region. It was expanded farther west out to the coastline here. So looking at the thunderstorm outlook, it predicts a 10% chance of storms. This is between 4Z and 12Z. So 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. has this wide swath of 10% thunderstorm percent chance out here, eastern Washington, northeastern Oregon, and most of northern Idaho. We go back to the convective outlooks, day 1. So no tornado risk up here. You have a 5% wind risk and less than 5% hail risk. So this has since stretched out considerably to fill in almost the entire Columbia River Valley here, and most of the Willamette River Valley as well. Now let's read the discussion here, because this is what interests me the most around here. So I see Washington here. So mid-level heights are falling, so you want lower heights for storms. So if you've ever seen a model like, let's pull up 500 millibar heights, for example. You may see this a lot on other pages like Michael Snyder's Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. He always looks at heights. Let's zoom out to the Northwest region, and let's go to upper air heights, 500 millibar height anomaly. The orange colors are higher heights, indicative of upper level ridging, and the cooler blue colors are lower heights, indicative of upper level troughing. So trough, low pressure, ridge, high pressure. And low pressure is what creates those storms. So see, we have some ridiculously low heights here at 500 millibars. This is 525 decameters or 5,250 meters. So heights in the atmosphere are not always static. They're more fluid and dynamic. They always oscillate up and down based on the jet stream behavior. So you can see the jet stream here in the white. When we have atmospheric river setups, this jet stream's set up right over Western Washington, Vancouver Island, and southern BC typically, but sometimes if a ridge sets up here, it'll move the jet stream way south and give California that atmospheric river setup. So looking on the European model at 500 millibar heights while I'm at it, this shows upper level ridging forming, which will create that pressure gradient across the mountains and bring in warmer, drier air from the east. So this is Wednesday at 4 p.m. Have the upper level ridge forming here. Then we have a cutoff upper level trough that cuts off from the jet stream, moves into central California. It's probably going to give them a substantial amount of rain over there. In the meantime, we have heights over 567 decameters up here through Thursday afternoon, and indicative of a strong upper level ridge. But then watch as that ridge starts to move out and we start to get this troughing pattern back in. Then by the end of the run, see, we have this massive upper level trough over California and another ridge moving in over the Haida-Gwaii region of British Columbia. So we'll have to see what that entitles in the future, because that could bring more nice weather, or it could set up the jet stream to bring another atmospheric river in, perhaps. So in essence, going back to what we were talking about the first time, lower heights are indicative of more storm activity, more unsettled weather. Higher heights usually means a much more stable weather pattern. You know, clearer skies, less clouds, minimal rain and storm risk. It says we have a 100 plus knot, 500 millibar jet. So that means at 500 millibars, which is about 18,000 feet above the ground, the jet stream is bringing in upper level winds exceeding 100 knots or 115 miles per hour. Scattered convection is currently noted ahead of the main jet core. Lightning observed in the deeper updrafts, so those are the higher cloud tops that we're seeing here. Stronger updrafts usually lead to higher cloud tops. Go back to the radar. Not much change since the last run. The strong rain cell over Centralia has strengthened a little bit and moved a ways northeast out of the area. So this is going to be affecting Bucota and Tenino here very shortly. Expect heavy rain, potential small hail, and perhaps, if you're lucky, a lightning strike if this cell holds up. getting some of these heavy rain cells moving out of Mason County into Kitsap County now, and some isolated heavy rain cells here in the southern Olympic National Park area. These are going to be moving north over Lake Cushman, and these are all going to be moving into that favorable shear zone here shortly. So I'll want to keep my eyes peeled on that. And if I see rotation on radar, then I will definitely bring that up in a separate Facebook post when the time comes. And in the meantime, let me look at radar scope on my phone real quick and see if I see any of these storms rotating. Actually, oh, look at that. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning down in northwestern Oregon. So this is for Clackamas County. So severe thunderstorm warning for Clackamas County for this storm complex here between Estacada and Sandy, moving north-northeast. It's currently indicating 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts within this storm and less than 1-inch size hail, so it's not really a hail concern. It's more of a wind-driven threat. Hail should not exceed 1 inch in this setup. Then there's another storm I'm eyeballing right down here, and it's got a really nice velocity couplet. Actually, I do want to let me go ahead and open up the College of DuPage radar. This is one of my go-to radars when I'm not on mobile. So let me get this page pulled up real quick, and then we can look at some velocities in real time. Show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the College of DuPage website. This is the Doppler radar for Camano Island. I'm going to go select the Portland radar right now. You can also pull up current weather warnings, and this shows the severe thunderstorm warning for Clackamas County right now. So this is in effect until 5:30 p.m. or 1:30 Universal Time Coordinated. Same thing as 1:30 Z, 1:30 GMT, or 1:30 UTC. So we're currently eyeballing this setup right here, and then this storm's really starting to get going. Switch to base velocity. And it's got a really nice tight couplet down there. So there could already be a funnel cloud on this. So any Northwest Oregon peeps, if you're watching, if you're anywhere around Clackamas or Marion counties right now, watch out for this little cell moving into the north-northeasterly direction. This could produce a spin up. Storm relative velocity, it does show nice little couplet in there. Go pull up echo tops on here real quick. Strong echo tops on that one. The greens are the taller ones. So these are pushing 30,000 feet. So same story here in the Olympia Valley. We got a couple of strong storm tops popping up on radar, as well as this one up here. To get a better story for up here, let me go switch to the Langley Hill radar. So you can see the outer bands here. No, the inner bands of the storm. And then we'll probably have to go and switch to KATX, the Camano Island radar. Yes, so now we're getting some storm tops right around 30,000, a little bit over 30,000 feet with that one storm moving into Bucota and Tenino right now. I don't believe we got any lightning strikes on it, but let me go ahead and check on that real quick. First, check the sub count. Looks like we're hanging on at 164. I was on this tab here. So starting to get some really nice cloud to ground lightning with this little rotating cell down here, just to the southeast of Salem. The one over Sandy is currently severe warned, but will expire in 6 minutes. So it was good to see that some of those marginal severe soundings are verifying for down there. In a few areas here, we were getting some marginal tornado soundings that were popping up, which was slightly concerning. So right now, still no cloud-to-ground lightning detected with this cell over Bucota and Tenino. Just got a new frame updated, and same story. Actually looks like this storm complex here is losing its shape as it goes, which is a good sign if you don't want thunderstorms. Outside, the sun is almost completely gone. Go back to visible satellite, and these tall clouds right here are casting shadows on the lower clouds right here, which is very fascinating sight to see. Like, this looks incredible when you go out into the Great Plains during tornado season. You see tall thunderstorms in excess of 50,000 to 60,000 feet, casting these massive shadows on the clouds down below. The occlusion or sting jet is still holding on quite well at the moment. So this is a current look at our storm system. Still a couple hundred miles off the coast, so still don't quite have the wind profile yet for strong winds. Got some new lightning strikes here. But once we get these inner bands start to move into the Puget Sound area, the winds will pick up pretty quickly right behind it. Then the sting jet should be moving towards Cape Flattery, perhaps between Cape Flattery and Forks. And this is where some of the strongest winds will be, along the Washington coast, northern Oregon coast, and some inland locations along the coast. That severe storm down in Clackamas County looks pretty impressive on satellite right now. Got some pretty decent echo tops on those. You can see this little consolidated area of high cloud tops with that one rotating storm near Salem. Wouldn't be surprised if that thing already has a funnel cloud. I don't expect any tornadoes today, but funnel clouds are definitely a possibility in these localized shear zones. For those of you that remember several years back, in Almsville, Oregon, there was an EF2 tornado, I believe. It was right in this area. Let me see if I can pull up Almsville real quick. No, it's not loading very well, but Almsville is one of these little valley spots along the river. And they had a nice localized tornado quite a number of years ago. I believe it was all the way back in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Feel free to correct me. But it was one of these little localized features that started spinning. And we apparently just got a tornado warning down there. Let me check the updates. Yeah, one of my friends just gave me a buzz saying they got a tornado warning down in Oregon. Let me see what's going on with that real quick. I'm going to pull up the IEM bot monitor, and sure enough, so we now have a tornado warning down in Oregon for Clackamas and Marion counties. Sure enough, it's for that one storm I was keeping an eye on. Let's pull up that graphic real quick. Oh yeah, that's looking real nice on radar. So that one little cell there, if you're in the path of the storm, let me see if I can get a clearer look at the cities in the path. Let's go to the text and see what it says. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Silverton, 9 miles east of Salem, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard tornado. Source radar indicated rotation, and it will be around Silverton by 5:30. So yeah, we're getting some pretty modest low-level rotation here in this localized area of the Willamette River Valley. And my weather chat right now with the Oregon peeps is just blowing up, rightfully so. And looking at that storm that's currently severe warned right now, that one's starting to rotate too, a little bit south of Sandy. It's got a nice little rotation couplet on it. So let's go ahead and check back on the Facebook page. Any comments? Yes. Marco says tornado warning. Yeah, I had just seen it on one of my servers that I'm on Discord involving weather. Have a few Oregon peeps down there right now, and they're blowing up about the previous severe thunderstorm warning and the current tornado warning now in effect down there. Yeah, so as of 4:46 p.m., parts of NWS Portland and NWS Seattle's county warning area is in the day 1 marginal risk for severe thunderstorms. And right now, this is verifying they moved it west at the perfect time. It's literally within an hour, we have a tornado warning in that same area. So I'm going to make a post on my Facebook page real quick about this since I primarily cover events here in the Seattle County warning area, but if something significant happens outside of the warning area, say in like Northern Oregon, for example, I will on occasions post to my Facebook page about it. So let's go ahead and save this. So I'm going to download that and go ahead and make a post on here real quick. As always, start out with a catchy hook like I do on all my posts. I'm going to start out by saying there's something you don't see too often. Tornado warning was just issued for a rotating thunderstorm just east of Salem. This is a similar setup that produced the EF2 tornado in Almsville, Oregon, several years back. Okay, so 165 subscribers, holding on to that. Yeah, so they're talking about the steep mid-level lapse rates, which is temperature change with elevation. They've extended the 5% severe wind probabilities to the coast, so that's what warranted the expansion of this marginal risk here, was the wind probability. So once again, something like this was not picked up on the weather models very well. It always usually comes down to a nowcast style situation. Okay, so I just published the post to my Facebook page. And actually, I do need to make an edit real quick. Talking about the stream. Okay, there we go. The edit has been posted. So the tornado warning has been continued. This saw the continuation text. So let me pull this one up. So this is the continuation, and they reduced the, as you can see here, they reduced the area of the polygon a little bit to account for the storm motion. The storm's already covered this much area, so they've shrunk down the polygon to compensate for that. Go to the text data. They still haven't issued an updated message on it yet, but usually they'll say the tornado warning continues for so-and-so area. So the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Clackamas County, Oregon has expired. And going through the alert history here, it actually looks like there were several other severe thunderstorm warnings issued for parts of Northwest Oregon and Southwest Washington here in the last hour. For example, we were taking a look at this little squall here that popped up. So this was the original polygon, the updated polygon, and then the last polygon update before the warning expired. We got our first report of thunder here in Western Washington today from Lacey. This is just in. Let's go back to Windy. And yeah, that storm is definitely getting some nice structure together on it. Yeah, sure enough. This is where the lightning strike would be. Most likely the lightning was cloud to cloud, not cloud to ground. That's why it's not picking up on the lightning detection at the moment. That could change here in a couple moments, though. But it looks like this storm's starting to consolidate pretty well, too. As a matter of fact, this whole line has some pretty decent looking cloud tops on them right now. So this cell that just produced a thunderclap over Lacey is moving north-northeast towards the Lakewood and Tacoma areas at the moment. See if I can get this animation rolling, at least for the last half hour, to see if I can figure out a trajectory for this. Nope, having some small issues with that. So we'll just skip frame by frame. But yeah, so it's moving pretty well north-northeast now. So north of northeast. So between north and northeast, it's moving almost parallel here with the narrow strait. So right now, if you're anywhere between DuPont and Ruston, be advised that there is a strong shower that has produced a thunderclap over Lacey. It's moving, I believe I said north-northeast. Yes, north-northeast, about 30 miles per hour. Okay, we got some new comments. Weather is finally starting to turn here in Bremerton. I just like to say thank you for staying tuned in to that one user. See, Joseph says, so are things getting worse or better since noon today? Will the winds be from the south? Yes. So winds will be from the south or southwest, but most likely the south. So we go back to the wind map here. We go back to the most recent HER. We are almost fully initialized on the 0Z HER. Go back to wind and go to 10-meter wind speed. So Joseph, hopefully you're still watching. Sorry if I didn't answer your question in time. So these are near surface winds. So it's showing southerly winds here as the event starts, but southeasterly winds as you head north. So for the most part, depending on your location, you may have a slightly different wind trajectory here. As the storm moves into southern Vancouver Island and consolidates a bit more, the winds are going to switch to out of the southwest a bit before the storm completely dies out. And then winds shift to out of the east. And then we start to warm up big time come Wednesday and Thursday. So, Joseph, hopefully that answered your question. Thank you very much for tuning in. Get an updated scan on the College of DuPage radar. So nice tall cloud tops along this new line of debris signature. So we're getting a supposedly a tornado debris signature on radar for this tornado warning down in Marion County, Oregon. So hang on, let's go back. I'm gonna go back to the Portland coastal radar. Now this is concerning. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, nice tight couplet right there. Correlation coefficient. This is what would show the debris signature. It doesn't look very well refined. I'll take a look on my radar scope app. I still haven't gotten the desktop radar scope app set up, I'm afraid. I should really get on that because it would blow all of these weather radars out of the water. So checking velocity first. Yeah, we're getting a really nice tight couplet just to the north of Scotts Mills, Oregon. It's moving directly towards Molalla, Oregon. Yeah, so originally the storm was almost directly over Almsville, where, like I said, where that EF2 tornado happened back in, I believe, 2011. It's a very localized shear zone down there, similar to the Olympic shear zone that we have up here, where we got that Port Orchard tornado back in 2018. Yeah, it's not super defined, but there is evidence of debris. So and now a new tornado warning for Clackamas County at this time. So let me see if a tornado has been observed. Nope, it's still radar indicated. So just a heads up, guys, if you're near Molalla, Oregon and watching the stream, there could be a tornado on the ground approaching town right now. This is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And the next town in the path, luckily, it's mostly rural areas, but Estacada is the next town in its path. So the storm is currently due north of Scotts Mills, Oregon, and moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So if you're near Molalla, Oregon, or know anyone in Molalla, Oregon, go ahead and give them a buzz. They're under a tornado warning in effect for the next 30 minutes. So until 6:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I just got an update from Bree Hawkins of Little Bear Creek Weather. So there's another page for you guys to check out. If you want to look up Little Bear Creek Weather on Facebook, really great Facebook page based out of southern Snohomish County. So yeah, there is evidence of a debris ball showing up. So the stream actually just got some new life because of that. So I know that this isn't right now covering this area, but an event of this significance is something that I definitely need to cover. Just so anybody that knows anyone down there, give them a heads up. If you're in this area right here, you are under a tornado warning at the moment. So this includes the city of Molalla and Scotts Mills, Oregon. So Molalla is directly in the path of this radar indicated tornado. Huge crack of thunder. So let's go back to our windy radar. This little cell's intensifying right over Bremerton, so actually it looks like that cell that we had on the HER model ways back. Let's see if I can pull it up again. Oh, we had it for a second, but there was a cell sort of like this. Actually, I think it was on the 15-minute run. Yeah, there we go. Something like this, but about a half hour off, perhaps. It's almost the exact same setup on that forecasted cell right there, right over Bremerton and Port Orchard. So if you're watching from Bremerton or Port Orchard, you could eventually see some lightning out of this one cell over you. Also watching the cell for development over Grapeview. These are all moving north-northeast at this time. Okay, so Bree, thank you for tuning in on YouTube. So Bree Hawkins, everyone, go check out Little Bear Creek Weather on Facebook. Really great, informative weather page. Okay, so we are starting to get some new viewers in. So we're at 21 viewers, 16 stream likes, and 319 total views. So for those of you just tuning in, hello, my name's Anthony. I am the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Of course, I made sure I had to wear a storm shirt as well, just to fit the theme. We are still a few hours out from the main windstorm event. In the meantime, we're just watching the pre-storm showers move in with embedded, isolated thunderstorms. So we've already had confirmed reports of a thunderstorm over Lacey. This is now over DuPont, moving north-northeast, almost parallel to the strait. So if you're watching from Lakewood or Tacoma, be prepared. You could get a thunderstorm here in the coming minutes. So Anna Downin, excuse me if I pronounced that wrong. Anna Downin says, I'm just south of Bremerton and Port Orchard sitting right under a cell. Anna, if you're still on, what exactly are you seeing over there right now? Because radar shows a pretty strong cell over you right now that could eventually produce some lightning in the proper setup. But I do want to go back and see what's going on with this Oregon cell right now. So it's still due north of Scotts Mills. See what highway is this? Okay, so this is Oregon Highway 213. It's paralleling Oregon Highway 213 right now, going directly into the town of Molalla, Oregon. So if you're in Molalla, Oregon, or surrounding areas, up through rural Clackamas County, including Estacada, Oregon, please take tornado precautions at this time. Wow, I really hope I didn't just have that 24 minutes off. Okay, good. This is only a few minutes off, but the satellite was a little bit off. I was like, hang on, why is the big Echo Top still over Silverton? It's way up here now. So the storm is directly between Scotts Mills and Molalla right now, moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Starting to get some more comments coming in. Dan Robinson says still very quiet in Gig Harbor. Yes, still very quiet here in Milton too. Winds shouldn't start kicking up noticeably till probably about 7 p.m. So we're a little over an hour out from the noticeable gusts, but the main event should really start around 9 o'clock p.m. for most of the Central Sound. Joseph says, I'm out in Graham. I got some fuel for my generator in case the power goes out. Very smart thing to do. It should be noted that with the increased soil saturation, even a lower level windstorm event can create large scale problems. Since the root complex of trees is much more destabilized, much easier to bring a tree down with, say, 50 mile per hour wind gusts with super saturated soil than 60 mile per hour wind gusts with bone dry soil. Okay, Marco says no more tornado warning. Let's look at that real quick. Okay, good. They did cancel the tornado warning already. Let me pull this message up real quick. So okay, so it's not that the storm weakened, it just moved out of the warned area. So it now shows that initial tornado warning. So this says tornado warning remains in effect. Tornado warning for Marion County is canceled, remains in effect for Clackamas County, and then finally the cancellation message. Let me see if this is the same warning because we did have two concurrent warnings going on at the same time. Let's go back to this radar. It still says we have that one active warning though. Okay, so most recent update as of 5:40 p.m. still says tornado warning for Marion County is canceled. So the threat for Marion County is over. This is mostly for extreme southwestern Clackamas County now in northwestern Oregon. Go back to the Seattle radar real quick and see if they made any last minute updates to this contour here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, no. So we're going to close out of there. You go back to Facebook. Okay, back to the live stream real quick since I have some more. All right, it says not receiving enough video bandwidth. Unfortunately, this is the caveat of using a computer on Wi-Fi rather than the hardwired connection. My modem slash router is in a different room, so I'm not able to run a cable in here at the moment. So I'm relying solely on the computer's Wi-Fi adapter. Okay, so there is an update that says warning continued. Let's see. Nothing going on in Bonnie Lake as expected. We had thunder and a dark cloud with a definite edge. Okay. Two claps of thunder in North Olympia. Let's go back to the subscriber count real quick. 166. Thank you to that new subscriber. You guys are amazing. Okay, that's the radar hole. I was like, hang on, what is that? That's the Pendleton radar. So this cell down here is actually going to come pretty close to me, and I've got a decent view out west if I look out my window. So I might be able to see a rogue flash if I'm looking outside at the right time. Right now, this complex of heavy showers extends from Hansville all the way down to Fort Lewis and is moving north-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. The inner bands of the coastal storm system are moving onto the coast now. Center is probably around 150 miles west of Ocean Shores at the moment, moving northeast. Let's go look through my tabs here real quick. It's 167. Thank you again for the new sub. See, there's so many different layers on Windy that I haven't gone into yet that like the possibilities are endless. Look at all these parameters I can look at. Right over my house by the Nisqually jail with dumping rain. Okay, thank you for that report. Much appreciated. Hey, sweet. Bree with Little Bear Creek Weather. Thank you very much for the share on Facebook. Much appreciated. Once again, if you haven't checked out Little Bear Creek Weather, go ahead and look them up on Facebook. Very great weather page. Super informative for this time of the year. Sound like right over my house. Okay. Let's see. We have been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes now, which, thanks to some renewed life from active weather down in Oregon, looks like we're going to be streaming here for a while. So sit down and hang tight, folks, because we're going to be doing a lot of mono watching here very soon as this storm really starts to move in. But first, another water break. For those of you that want to know, this is 1 gallon. Okay, the Hoquiam Coastal Weather Station reported a gust of 59.8 miles per hour from the south. This was at 5:53 p.m. So also my echo is showing that we're back under the wind advisory. As far as I know, we're still under the high wind warning. The wind advisory is for points east of 405 covering the Cascade Foothills and East Puget Sound lowlands, and points north of the Snohomish County line. Everywhere else in this contour right here, this is a high wind warning area. As far as I know, most of Kitsap is still under the wind advisory. I do believe it's just mostly the southwest interior and south and central Puget Sound. So that is still in effect until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay. So Russell Pickering on Facebook says the perfect black line of clouds passing over was impressive to see. True, but so far I don't think anything can beat the high base storms that we saw back in August of 2024. If you look closely on my Windy app, my photo is actually a picture of the shelf cloud as it approached my house with the initial line of storms that day. One of the more impressive storms I've seen around here, comparable to September 7th, 2019. You guys remember that big prolific lightning outbreak around here. Let's see what the post shares are looking like because I've got a ridiculous number of people sharing my posts at the moment. Okay, yes, so the eastern half of the Kitsap Peninsula is included in the high wind warning. The western half is not. So Tahoya, Seebeck, Belfair, not in the warning, but Bremerton, Silverdale, Paulsbo, Port Orchard, and Bainbridge are also included in the high wind warning, in effect until 10 a.m. tomorrow. It looks like at the moment, as far as I can see, all tornado warnings are canceled. I don't believe this is up to date. My Wi-Fi was starting to cut out a little bit, so let me get the most updated picture here. My Facebook page is when I see other pages sharing my content or sharing other pages to groups. Like for example, one always posts to a group called Northwest Emergencies and Weather, and another one also for the Key Peninsula Light Company. So it's cool to see that my posts are reaching out to neighborhoods like that. Larger pages as well. For a second. Nice potent storm over Port Orchard right now. And then a nice storm, really nice looking storm, just to the southeast of Hansville, moving into Whidbey Island at the moment. So this is going to have to warrant another Facebook post if I can find my phone. Nice blast of heavy rain here in a second, and maybe some thunder if I'm lucky. This is currently a strong cell over the south end of the Tacoma, moving to the north-northeast at this moment. That's this guy right down here. So now we have a line of storms extending from Whidbey Island down to southern Kitsap County at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and make a mobile post on this real quick. And the Facebook comments are really starting to come in about storm reports. Okay, so I did get a comment from someone down in Silverton, Oregon, between Silverton and Molalla in the tornado warning area before. Looks like they're okay, which is good. They said it was windy, crazy raining, then sunny, then almost dark. When it was supposed to be sunny, they knew something was up. Okay, very glad to hear that you're safe. Just had lightning just south of Port Orchard. Yes, several confirmed cloud to ground lightning strikes now in the Port Orchard Bremerton vicinity. And if you're watching from Whidbey Island area, this is mainly between Freeland and Langley at the moment, and outside areas of Clinton. be ready for a thunderstorm moving in. So this storm will likely affect Washington State Highway 525 between Freeland and Clinton here in the next half hour. You know anyone in the vicinity of Whidbey Island? Tell them to get ready for thunderstorm conditions here in the next half hour. If this storm maintains strength, it will also affect the southern half of Camano Island and possibly pass over the radar site as well. Just trying to write a post up real quick. Okay, so Tiona Kinswall, you're watching the live right now. Thank you for tuning in. She left a comment on Facebook asking, how about potential storm severance for Napavine and Chehalis? So let's go back and look at the radar down there real quick. It looks like any threat of storms has passed at the moment. So your best chance of getting a storm was when these cells were all the way down here in the Centralia Chehalis area. So Napavine's down here. Didn't have any lightning at the moment, but as soon as these moved into the Puget Sound, the storms became much more organized. I'll be keeping an eye on those very closely as time goes on. Go ahead and reply to a couple comments real quick as well. Live stream is still going for anyone who wants to tune in. Feed stopped. Okay. Very sorry you had that issue, Tiona. So let me go ahead and answer that again, because I had reports that my stream was cutting out a little bit. So thank you for being patient. So for the most part, it looks like the storm threat for the southwest interior has passed. Let me go back and look at the radar. So I was watching this area of interest around your area, Chehalis to Napavine area. Wasn't producing any lightning, but was producing heavy rain and small hail. Then as the line became more organized moving into the Puget Sound, this became the real area of interest right here. So it looks like you'll just see scattered showers, and once the burst of wind comes in, it's really just going to be a wind event for you down there. So hopefully I answered your question. Okay, so Bree says moving to a different spot in my house with a western view. It's a good idea if you want to look out for any chance of lightning. I only have a great view of the northwest from my spot right now, not necessarily due west. So once these areas of showers do pass a little bit north of my location, should be able to see any distant lightning if it does happen. But right now, looking pretty calm outside at the moment. But if there's any future potential for lightning, we have a new lightning strike a ways southeast of Hansville, just a little bit north of Kingston. So I know a lot of you Kitsap and Snohomish County viewers probably saw that flash if you were looking for it. We haven't gotten any new lightning strikes out of this cell yet. This cell is moving towards Langley, which is on Whidbey Island and the southern tip of Camano Island. Just a heads up there. Got some heavy rain moving towards Port Townsend, Port Hadlock area. Still got a nice looking cell on radar here over Bremerton, moving into Bainbridge Island. Once again, no new strikes on this. We got these storms sort of congealing together here, just west of Des Moines. So if you're in Burien, Normandy Park, White Center, or surrounding areas, it looks like this could move almost directly over the airport. So don't be surprised if you get a quick burst of rain and maybe some small hail at the airport. Don't anticipate any delays at this time, but as the wind moves in, Port Orchard had a few cloud to ground lightning strikes. Thank you for the report. Uh, I just realized that I haven't been checking my YouTube comments, so very sorry for anyone who I might have completely blown over. I do love weather, and this is a great site. Thank you for your support, Russell Pickering. So let's go catch up on YouTube comments now. So got a few more comments from Bree saying, calm here in Linwood, no problem, might do it live later. Can't right now, so happy to send everyone to you. Yeah, thank you very much for that. South of Bremerton, Port Orchard, setup was impressive. Lightning to the northwest of Mukilteo, so that's that one area of interest approaching Whidbey Island. And my Facebook's blowing up here at the moment, so hang on tight. Nothing in Eatonville. Ashley says we have hardly had any bad weather this whole season. Well, there's a good likelihood that that will probably change tonight. Okay. Just took the dog for a walk. There was zero wind. Karen Torbinson says, sat on the couch for 5 minutes. Wind is picking up here in Enumclaw. The wind's still looking pretty bad, Brittany asks. Not pretty bad, but decent. So 50 plus miles per hour is almost a guarantee. Some higher bursts of wind gusts, but the models have started trending down gradually on max wind gusts. But at the moment, a high wind warning does still remain in effect for most of the south and central Puget Sound until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Storms always happen at night. You know, you're right about that. They almost always happen at night. think the last big daytime storm we had was August 29th, 2015, if you guys remember that early season storm. Knocked out power at my house for a couple of hours. Been hearing thunder in Bremerton, but the winds died back down for now. Yeah, so those winds were most likely outflow from the thunderstorms, so those were probably not from the main storm system coming in, just localized winds from these thunderstorms. We're probably producing winds in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range. Nothing crazy, but still notable. Will there be rain tonight or just wind? It's gonna rain. It's raining right now in a lot of areas. Locally heavy rain in these storm cells, but the rain's gonna come in with this inner band of the storm system that's going to bring the initial round of winds. So there will be a lot of wind-driven rain tonight. So heads up for anyone who has to make a commute tonight or early tomorrow morning in the winds. Hailing in Federal Way, thank you for the report. Locked up all the animals in the barn and secured everything that's loose outside. Okay, good call on that. Every windstorm has avoided us this year so far. Yes, and a lot of you guys remember my coverage on the December 26th potential windstorm last year. That took an unexpected southern bobble at the last minute that spared us some pretty crazy winds up here in the Puget Sound. It ended up moving down to the North Oregon coast rather than the central or southern Washington coast, which spared us some damaging winds that time around as well. All right, so we are up to a record 40 viewers at the moment, 425 unique views and 18 stream likes. Thank you guys for the engagement, because I made a good decision staying on the stream this long. We've been on for over 2.5 hours now. Still going to be nowhere near the record for my first stream back in August of last year. That went on for over 6.5 hours. Yeah, that's no shot tonight for sure. Okay, no new YouTube comments. We're going to go back to Facebook comments. Thunder in Port Orchard. Carolee Larson, thank you for that report. Reporting huge thunder and lightning. That just now. Thunder and lightning in Napavine. Let me check on that real quick, because not sure if that sounds right based on the image I'm looking at right now. No, I'm only seeing some isolated showers in the Napavine, Chehalis area. Nothing super strong or notable at the moment. Yep, there we go. We just picked up new cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. One near the Hood Canal floating bridge, and 3 of them in the Kenmore vicinity. So if you're watching from northern King and southern Snohomish counties near the convergence zone area, this is not related to a convergence zone. This is strictly from the thunderstorms moving in from the south. So this is all convective. And from Little Bear Creek Weather, Bree, if you're still watching, thank you for the report of lightning and thunder in Linwood. It was a few miles south of your location, but it looks like these storms are going to be moving right towards you here in the next few minutes. Still nothing for lightning in the South Sound. This is all central and north. Oh, I take that right back. Hope you guys saw that. We just got 2 brand new cloud-to-ground lightning strikes in White Center with this storm complex right here. So a lot of you probably got a nice jolt up north from that. But still nothing on this southern cell right here. We're still getting some new lightning strikes. Look, see, this one's several miles out from the storm, so just remember the rule that lightning can strike up to 50 miles away from a storm. So if you're within 15 miles of these storms here, there's always the potential for lightning to strike. Got a new strike near Washington 525, just south of Langley, west of Clinton. Looks like that's it for new lightning strikes at the moment. Most of the activity in northwestern Oregon has dissipated. All right, the comments are flying in now. So let's see, new comments. Big lightning again seen in Ballard. Okay. To answer a couple questions for Tiona. Thank you again for your patience. When will the real wind start picking up? Give it a couple more hours. You'll notice a sharp rise in the wind once this storm system really starts to move inland. All right, we got new lightning strike right here, southwest of Clinton. New cloud to ground. So real wind for southwest Washington will start picking up here in about 2 hours. It might already be breezy down there right now, but the farther southwest you are, the earlier you should be getting these winds. So I'd anticipate sometime within the hour, you'll notice the breeze really start picking up as this sucker moves inland. That was a bit ago, but shook my house in a loud flash. Not sure what it could have been. Yeah, it wasn't a lightning strike. That's for sure confirmed by radar. So could have just been a random explosion, perhaps. The loud flash could have been a power flash caused by wind in the area. There's a number of things it could be, but it doesn't look like it was lightning. And Karen Torbenson, question for you if you get time. Why does it seem like the wind here in the foothills is almost never predicted accurately? Is it especially difficult to predict? I'm going to give you a one-word answer for that, and that is terrain. So because of the Cascade foothills and the Cascades being directly next to you, you have localized features that can be enhanced by the terrain, such as a feature called orographic lift, which is storm enhancement caused by lifting of storms over mountains. And also, of course, the easterly gap winds that are forced through the mountains, sort of like a vacuum pull effect. Lower pressure to the, in this case, my camera's flipped, but lower pressure to the west, higher pressure to the east over the mountains. The wind is always going to try to fill that void of low pressure. So it always moves from high pressure to low pressure. And that's what caused the destructive bomb cyclone damage in the eastern foothills back in November. Just that huge pressure gradient coming through the mountains. It's all locally enhanced. So hopefully that answered your question, Karen. How's this going to play out for Sumner area? Well, Sumner's sort of a sheltered location like most of the valley spots, but oh, look at that. Brand new lightning strike over Kenmore, just west of Bothell. So, Bree, if you're watching this, you probably saw and felt that one pretty good. Don't believe the radar image is up to date, but I believe this storm is probably directly over Kenmore right now. The windy radar is a little bit slow to refresh. It's been a while since I checked the subscriber count, and at this rate, we may actually hit the 200 sub goal before the stream's over tonight. 181 and counting. So thank you to all the new subscribers that have tuned in. Very much appreciated. So for the Sumner area, you'll most likely get the strong to damaging winds like the rest of the Puget Sound. However, probably a little bit less since your location's a little bit sheltered from the southwesterlies. If we're talking southerlies, then you're probably not as sheltered because you'll get those winds coming in from the Puyallup and Carbon River valleys. So most likely, to answer your question, Mo, TLDR, I'm going to say easily 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts for you overnight. Yeah. YouTube user Crash Smashly says, got the bad weather essentials: firewood, generator, charged electronics, and wine. Okay, I will easily take 3 out of 4 of those. I'm not a wine drinker, but to each their own. So good to see you're prepared. Yes, now would be a good time, and that reminds me, I gotta take a quick break to plug my phone in. Mo says, "Sweet, feels like the storms always go around us here." It's all about terrain again. So that one word answer: terrain either makes or breaks the setup for localized areas. Okay, be right back. So far, conditions are still calm outside. Not seeing any distant flashes. No breeze, none of that. Not quite yet. Couple new lightning strikes over the southern part of Whidbey Island. That storm is still going very strong there. Getting a few areas of development along the Strait of Juan de Fuca here. Perhaps a strong shower over Port Angeles. Wouldn't surprise me to see a little lightning out of this cell right here. Okay, that little cell that's over Federal Way looks to be weakening as it moves into the Kent Valley. Puget Sound Storm Watch on YouTube. No. Puget Sound Storm Watch on YouTube. All right, going back to Facebook real quick, but first, so Karen replying to Crash Smashly saying, same here. All the things on chargers and a full glass of wine. Power's already flickering. It sounds like things are starting to kick up over in the foothills. Now, I haven't checked Facebook in a while, and this is... Oh yeah, my Facebook's absolutely blowing up at the moment. Looks like we're getting really close to approaching 6,400 followers on the page, which is beyond incredible. Ooh. Just looking at Hang on, let me show you guys this picture real quick I got from a viewer. So this is the leading edge of the storm as it moved into Port Orchard. Really nice, well-defined cloud base here. Modest clouds indicative of strong downdrafts in the atmosphere. Lots of convection going on here. You can see the anvil cloud extending over here. And very nice, well-defined shelf cloud here. So this was an extremely robust storm as it moved into Port Orchard. Thank you very much for sharing that with me. Looks like a supercell to my highly untrained eyes. Well, some of the storms here definitely show signs of supercell characteristics, especially the ones that were down in Oregon. Uh, yeah, the ones that were in Clackamas and Marion counties definitely showed supercell characteristics. Rotating updrafts, a huge one. We're at 186 subs and counting. Thank you guys again so much. This area of interest is over Kent right now. Still weakening as time goes on. And it looks like the inner bands of the coastal storm system are moving into the southwest interior at the moment. So once these move in, you'll really start to feel the wind pick up. But the worst of it won't be until the far inner bands move in. Getting some new lightning strikes in the Langley area. And lights are flickering now. That started all of a sudden. So, guys, if you're watching the stream and it cuts out, my apologies. Having some minor power interruptions here in Milton now. If I had to guess, probably some localized wind gusts. Haven't seen anything out the window yet. Let me see if I can pull up some surface observations for around the area. Okay, guys, looks like I had a small stream interruption there. So, my apologies if that dropped out. But it looks like we're back. We're going to lose powers. My fence going to fall over. From Elizabeth Snyder, my mother, right down the street. Well, my lights are flickering here right up the road, so that might not be a good sign. Hang tight down there. Sounds a little breezy in the trees, but not so much down on the ground. Still calm in Bremerton. I bet it wasn't calm earlier when that storm moved over. But now for most areas south and west of this band of storms, it's going to be a waiting game for the winds to start up. Doesn't look like there's much of a localized storm, like thunderstorm risk down here much longer. That threat has since long moved north and east. All right, let me see if I can get some stations pulled up here. I'm going to go to the Weather Underground Interactive Network map to show temperature, wind strength, and wind direction. So let's pop that open real quick. Well, very disappointed to see that my personal weather station down the street stopped responding. So That's a shame, but we still have several weather stations here in the immediate vicinity of Milton and surrounding areas. So it's good to have some redundancy. So as we go into these storms up here, let's pull up this weather station, for example. So winds 5 miles per hour from the west-southwest, gusts to 7 miles per hour. So yeah, the winds are still pretty calm around the area at the moment. But that'll start changing here real quick. Give it till about 8 o'clock, and some of the southern areas in the region will likely start to get those winds kicking up here around that time. Huge gusts through lower Queen Anne with lightning. Police scanner reports down trees and wires. Watched a heavy chair fly across the rooftop deck 15 minutes ago. Okay, Ryan Ramirez. I would have to guess that's probably related to thunderstorm winds rather than the cyclone winds that we're expected to get. A lot of these thunderstorms are strong in nature and likely are producing strong outflow winds. So probably have some localized wind features going on with these stronger storms. But the real story is going to be, once again, once this cyclone starts to move inland a little farther. The conditions completely calm in the China Lake area of Tacoma. Okay, so if you don't see a wind barb like this, no line, this means calm winds. The weather station right down the street from me, nothing right now. The Jovita's weather station, nothing. A little bit of wind as you get farther east, but nothing concerning at the moment. Let's look out at the coastal sites and can see fuller wind barbs here. So these will be the ones to really keep eyes on. 21 miles per hour from the southeast, gusting to 36 at times. The Cosmopolis, not very much. So strong winds are really isolated at the moment. I saw a strong wind barb on one of these just a moment ago. See if I can find it again. There we go. Oysterville approach, 27 miles per hour, gusting to 36. Up at La Push, 5 miles per hour, gusting to 6. Edgewood, winds 6 miles per hour, gusting to 16 miles per hour. Okay, Mr. Knife Guy, my father. Powers flashing in North Tacoma. Good to know I'm not the only one with the power flashing. Thank you very much for tuning in, Dad. As we're caught up on YouTube comments at the moment. The Tillamook, Oregon weather station reported a gust of 61 miles per hour at 6:35 p.m. from the south-southwest. So really starting to get the activity moving up the Oregon coast now. Which means South Washington coast, your time is coming. We got video from Washington Weather Chasers out in Everett, Lake Stevens area of strong thunderstorm moving through. Lots of lightning seen. You guys want to go check out another good Facebook page, go check out Washington Weather Chasers. Excuse me, Washington Weather Chasers on Facebook. It's run by a guy named Benjamin Yurkovich. Him and Jonathan Poley of Whidbey Island Weather run that page. Very well run page. Okay, so go through some more Facebook comments at the moment. My most recent post 32 minutes ago about the line of strong thunderstorms in the Puget Sound has already received 61 reactions, 18 shares, 28 comments, and several hundred impressions. So, really do like to see that. Nice to see that my posts and insight are really spreading around the Puget Sound area. So I mentioned this page earlier. I'm also extremely active in the Western Washington Weather Facebook group run by Matthew Fab out of Federal Way. Really nicely run page, has 1,200 plus members. Actually, a new post from there about 18 minutes ago from Matthew himself. Okay, so we're almost to 6,400 Facebook followers. Subscriber count is 187 now. Let's go see if we have some new model runs coming out. Let's wait for this to load. It looks like, yes, we got the 0Z NAM fully rendered. So now let's see what this has to say for maximum wind gusts around the area. This one has started to back off a little bit too. Notice how we were checking out the last run. A big swath of 60s down here. It's now in the mid 50 range across most of the South Sound and Southwest interior. This seems like a much more modest solution that's been lining up with the rest of the forecast models. So I do like the last second agreement that these models are showing. So the HER is a little bit lower with max wind gust totals around here. 51 miles per hour for a wide swath of the South Sound here. Tacoma area, 51 miles per hour. Everett, 54 miles per hour. Shelton, 53. Couple isolated spots, 55 plus. But for the most part, pretty good agreement here. One spot I wanted to mention here is the Nisqually River Valley, where 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts could be localized here near communities like Yelm, McKenna, perhaps Ashford, LB, Mineral, maybe parts of Eatonville. Could see some localized stronger wind gusts with this setup. Most of that occurs. This is around 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. tonight. Lightning, thunder, heavy rain in unincorporated Bothell. Thank you for that report. Trust you and them over any news station. So much more informative. Sorry guys, I gotta reply to a personal text message real quick. If you're down to make the drive, then sure, I could use some food. If you're down to drive up the hill, comma, then sure, period. I could use a little food, period. Crash Smashly says, don't ignore Mama Weather Watch. Yeah, good advice. I just simply got too caught up in this and forgot to reply to my own mom's text message. Don't make the same mistake as me. 188 subs and counting. Yeah, same radar. Go back to base reflectivity. Okay, College of DuPage radar is having a hard time loading right now, so we're gonna move on from that. Let's go back to windy. Interesting little radar feature there. So this is where the Langley Hill radar site is. Having a little bit of trouble with this storm right now. So this is not necessarily a local area of strong rain in an almost perfectly circular shape, but this is because of the radar site interacting with the heavy rain around it. So this is an outlier at best. Let's go to the most recent radar scan. So the lightning has died down for now. Looks like the most recent lightning strike was a little bit south of Lake Stevens, near the town of Snohomish. Other than that, no lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes or so. Maybe one little one to the east of Oak Harbor, as this storm right here starts to move into western Skagit County. So if you're in the area from Burlington and Mount Vernon westward along State Highway 20 to Anacortes, be ready for the potential for heavy rain, small hail, and lightning. So if you're in this area of Skagit County, be ready for stormy conditions here in the next few minutes. Part that looks like the bullseye, oh, not this, if that's what you're talking about. This is the center right here. This can be much more clearly seen on satellite. Okay, the Wi-Fi is struggling here a little bit, so hang with me. Not sure if you heard any of that because the stream bitrate dropped a little bit, but we're getting a new satellite image right now. This is the center of the storm. So this is the bent back occlusion, also called the sting jet. This is the area of strongest winds. But the tight pressure gradient down here is what will bring the strongest winds to Western Washington down the stretch tonight and early tomorrow morning. Still got some decently high cloud tops associated with those storms up north. And really high cloud tops here. This is not associated with convection. This is more so the inner bands of the cyclone moving on shore. So hopefully to answer your question, this is not the bullseye. This is just the Langley Hill radar site. Surprised I don't see the same feature popping up on the Camino Island radar site, which is the main radar. Look at that. We got 3 new cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The north of the Warm Beach neighborhood, just south of Stanwood in Snohomish County. So we still have a little bit of convection going with that band of storms over the North Sound right now. Once again, these are moving to the north-northeast, so if you're in Stanwood or surrounding areas, including west or northern parts of Arlington, be prepared for storm conditions here very shortly. Remember, lightning can strike 15 miles away from a storm, so if you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. This includes parts of Interstate 5 between approximately mile markers 218 and 210 approximately. Between 218 and 210, the storm will be moving over the interstate sometime in the next 20 minutes, probably. So interesting. Thank you for explaining. You're very welcome. Hopefully, I answered any questions that you had. Going back to the Facebook page now, see if I have any more comments. Okay, Mom, if you're watching this stream, one of your friends, Carl Breyer, says your mom wants to know if you're hungry. Tell her I am. So, just a heads up for you, Mom, if you're watching. All right. So 29 viewers, 31 viewers now, 28 stream likes, 586 unique views. So yeah, we're doing pretty good here, guys. At first, the stream wasn't doing so hot, not getting a lot of engagement, but after the 5:30 or so time frame, the stream really started taking off. So sometimes time is of the essence. So Brittany Burns from Edgewood says, what's it looking like for the area tonight? Well, I'm very close to you, Brittany, in terms of proximity. So I'm getting ready for winds, sustained winds in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts upwards of 55 miles per hour. Perhaps an isolated 60 mile per hour gust. Once again, as we saw yesterday evening, Painfield got that random 63 mile per hour gust. That was not picked up by any of the weather models. So anything can happen at any time. It's all just a matter of now casting. Brittany Burns says, oof, that's crazy. It is crazy, but it's not unheard of. This is more of a textbook cyclone setup. The only thing abnormal about it is just how quickly it forms and then collapses thereafter. So in a matter of 12 hours from now, the storm is probably not going to be very much. So as the sun sets on that cyclone, still got an extremely well-defined bent back occlusion in the center of the storm. We're going to start losing some potential here in the storm as it gets closer to Forks and Nia Bay. Most likely going to have to watch this storm as it happens, see where it makes landfall, because a lot of different weather models are coming up with various solutions on where it's going to make landfall. Anywhere between this portion of Vancouver Island, south of Tofino, all the way down to Forks, perhaps. For the biggest winds around here, we need it to make landfall right around Nia Bay. Okay, Randy Lee on Facebook asks, did the Doppler go out at KATX, which is a Camano Island radar? Can't get new data to load. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me because it looks like that area nearly took a direct hit from a thunderstorm. So, wouldn't surprise me if that radar was temporarily taken out. But as far as I can tell, it does look like I'm getting an up-to-date radar image from there. So I don't believe that's the case this time around. Okay. Marcia Halverson, Covington near Highway 18. You're in an area of the foothills susceptible to strong winds, mostly from the east, but this will not be the case tonight. They're going to be westerly or southerly winds, mostly southerly, but somewhat southwesterly as the storm starts to move farther inland. So expect some strong southerly winds in excess of 25 to 30 miles per hour with gusts upward of 50 to 55 miles per hour, starting as soon as 9 p.m. So this is mostly going to start around 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. for most of the sound. 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. for most of the sound, continuing in through the early morning hours tomorrow. So this is mostly a nocturnal threat, I'm afraid. So if you haven't already, I would get your windstorm supplies ready as soon as possible. We still don't know the full extent of the storm and what it's capable of. It'll come down to real-time, real-time predictions. So radar watching, satellite watching to see if there's any small movements in the storm track that can affect max wind gusts. Because the margin of error is high for this setup due to the rapid filling in of that low center. We normally have this many cyclones during a storm season. Depends on the location. In this part of the Pacific Ocean, yes. At these latitudes, yes. But not necessarily strong ones of this nature that make landfall. So we've only had a handful of cyclones that have made landfall along the Washington coast this storm season. So not unusual, but also not unheard of. Trying to engage with the dozens of comments on my Facebook page, just still rapidly pouring in at the moment. So if you came from Facebook and are watching the stream and I still haven't reacted to your comment or answered any questions, my apologies. For obvious reasons, there's an extremely high workload tonight. So just a lot going on and a lot of people to appease. Yeah, we got some new videos from Little Bear Creek Weather and Washington Weather Chasers. How are the schools in Eatonville? Looking for my daughter and her kids. Just got a report from a friend down in Oregon that most of Wilsonville is in the dark. So they actually just got a new round of storms associated with the inner band of this cyclone that have fired up down here. And so, relatively same area as the tornado warning earlier. I think we'll have to keep a close eye on this area here because this little region here always has favorable wind shear profiles for storms like this. As I mentioned earlier, back in, I believe, 2011, an EF2 tornado hit the town of Almsville, Oregon, right down here. The tornado warning was for this area earlier, including Silverton and Molalla. Luckily, the storm ran into somewhat mountainous terrain over here and shredded it before it could move into the Estacada area. You can see by the terrain here, the foothills of the North Oregon Cascades is not beneficial for storm tolerance. So it looks like we're getting some of the inner bands of the cyclone starting to move into the southwest interior. Okay, we're gonna adjust the chair because I've been sitting for a while, getting a little sore. So this area of showers is still very much ongoing between Anacortes and Cedro-Woolley at the moment. No wind or lightning that I saw. Okay. So you're likely seeing heavy rain, small hail, possibly some lightning between Anacortes, Cedro-Woolley, as far south as I think this is, okay, Lake McMurray. I almost said Lake Rosiger. So Lake McMurray as well. The southernmost cell here that was over Stanwood is crossing the interstate right now between mile markers 212 and 215, as shown here. This will continue to move north-northeast, once again over Lake McMurray. So if you're in that area, be ready for another shot at maybe some lightning. At the very least, heavy rain and embedded small hail. A couple of isolated cells over Monroe, between Granite Falls and Arlington, not producing lightning at the moment, but have the potential to produce lightning in the near future. Like we might be looking at some cell initiation perhaps along the coastal beaches. Not looking too convective at the moment. This looks like part of the inner bands of the cyclone. But then again, don't be surprised if we get some of these cells flare up and produce some lightning over the Willapa Hills. Really, really nice convective feature once again forming between Longview as far south as Salem. Wouldn't be surprised if one of these storms down here were to intensify and possibly go severe warned again. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. You know, anyone down near Salem, Silverton, Woodburn, and any cities in between. This includes Mount Angel, as seen here. Tell them that there's another shot at getting strong thunderstorms at this hour. Potential for a severe flare-up. Getting lots of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes east of this main cell, just outside the Silverton city limits. Up north, not seeing any lightning here now, along Cowlitz, Clark, Columbia, or Multnomah counties. Believe I got all the counties there. So this area right here is seeing mostly heavy rainfall along the interstate corridor from Vancouver up to Longview. These are going to be moving once again to the north-northeast and should mainly stay over rural areas of Cowlitz and Clark counties. Got a couple new comments. How crazy will the wind be in Gig Harbor? Thank you, Jay, for commenting. Not too insane. I'd say 50 to 55 miles per hour, max wind gusts. That's the general baseline for most of this part of the South Sound. So expect the wind gusts to be between 50 to 55 miles per hour with embedded higher wind gusts. It's pretty much impossible to predict exactly where the highest wind gusts are going to be. Forecast models are not that advanced yet. Nolan Thompson says, will this produce cells in Canada right across the border? Wouldn't surprise me. You guys had some cells earlier, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. It was either last night or today. Had quite a bit of lightning near Abbotsford. These cells are moving your way if you're to the east of Abbotsford. The Fraser River Valley right here is prone to some low-level shear that could enhance these storms a little bit. So as these storms move a little bit north out of Skagit County. Oh boy, what was that? Okay. Never mind. False alarm. I thought maybe we got a severe warning down south, but okay, false alarm. Good news. So if this area of showers were to tighten up and possibly strengthen, then yes, I could see some cells popping up over in extreme southwestern British Columbia, namely from Vancouver through the Fraser River Valley, including Abbotsford, Surrey, White Rock, Peace Arch, and so on. Okay, sounds like I'm going to be taking a food break here soon, so uh, eventually I'll take an intermission, probably get refueled, stand up, stretch, drink some water, and so on. Yes, I'm gonna try to film it. Thank you. I'm in White Rock. Gonna wait it out. Thank you so much. Okay. So, if you're in White Rock, the only bad news I have for you is unless this area flares up and strengthens, this will probably miss you a little bit to the east. This is mostly going to be Abbotsford East if it moves into Canada. But you should be able to see lightning if there is any from your location near White Rock. Ooh. About to go over 3.5 hours on the stream. Was not anticipating this, but we are at 190 subs. We're only 10 subs away from 200. So if you can get this stream out there, share, like, comment, subscribe. It'll make the entirety of my night. Outside of weather models verifying. Second best thing. We have no new lightning strikes in the state of Washington at this hour. Not looking like that marginal risk here in the Blue Mountain region is doing too much at the moment. But I wouldn't say it's too soon to call it a bust over there yet. I would say, however, the marginal risk over here is verifying so far. And we're really seeing this storm expand out quite a bit in coverage. Getting lots of cloud to ground lightning strikes between Mount Angel and Silverton now. So we have previous thunderstorms near the town of Canby. Isolated cells going in through Oregon City. We got some activity in Clackamas, Multnomah, and Washington counties in Oregon at this time. Isolated cell activity, perhaps embedded lightning across Columbia County in northwestern Oregon. And we'll wait to see what happens here along Cowlitz and Clark counties in southwestern Washington. Looking like we might have gotten outside that radar effect here. These look like actual embedded storm cells now rather than radar defects. So if you're along the Pacific beaches a little bit inland, north of Pacific Beach, south of Moclips, make sure I'm talking about the right city here. Might have mixed up Moclips, excuse me. Yes, I mixed up Moclips with Tohola, excuse me. So between Tohola and The inland areas of ocean shore and surrounding ocean beaches. Be prepared for heavy rain, possible small hail, and maybe lightning if these storms were to strengthen a little more. These are going to be moving up towards rural areas of the Olympic National Park, so likely won't affect a lot of population. That's the good news about this setup. Andy Swinson says, hey, thanks for streaming. I'm in Redmond. What's the verdict for wind where I am? Concerned about power outages. Power outage concern is definitely there. There were some localized power outages up north last night with that post-frontal passage. For Redmond, let's go back to the weather models and see what the most recent runs have to say. Taking a little bit to load because the Wi-Fi is not doing so good here. So we're a little bit into the 2Z run, the 6 p.m. on the 3 km now. This one doesn't go far out enough yet to cover the extent of the storm, so we'll have to go to a previous run. So Redmond's in here approximately. Looking like you won't get crazy strong winds up there, but you'll still get wind gusts in the 40 to 45 mile per hour range pretty easily. We go look at the 0Z NAM. It should tell a pretty similar story now. I have butter, but no cheese. Okay, so Andy, hopefully I answered your question. The NAM, however, does have 50 plus for the Redmond area. Redmond, I believe, is considered a foothill location, so I don't insist that they're part of the wind warning. I think they're just part of the wind advisory. Since the high wind warning is areas west of 405 and south of Everett for the Seattle area. Everywhere east and north is under a wind advisory at the moment. Thanks for checking. I'll keep my fingers crossed for no issues. All right, best of luck to you, Andy. Thank you for tuning in. Sounds like I'll be taking a brief intermission here in a little bit. The mother unit is bringing some dinner because I'm getting famished sitting here in front of a microphone. Just while we're in sort of a break period, let's just keep an eye on the current subscriber count. So we're at 191. We're 9 shy of the 200 subscriber goal for tonight. So if you can, try to get this stream out there. See if we can get to 200 subs before the night's over. So new update from Bree Hawkins with Little Bear Creek Weather. Once again, go follow her Facebook page, Little Bear Creek Weather. Just posted a reminder that the storm line did not bring the strongest winds of this event. It was just convective winds, so within the line of storms, not associated with the cyclone. Day 192, thank you for subscribing. And I haven't done a sort of call sign for a while, so for those of you just tuning in, my name's Anthony. I'm the host of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you again for tuning in to tonight's live stream. Started out a little bit slow, but started taking off as I've gotten a little more engagement. Richard says we are in the midst of global climate catastrophe. Perhaps, but climate is something I'm not going to get into at the moment. Climate does affect weather, but weather does not affect climate. That's the verdict here. Always good to see when other Facebook pages follow and like my page. So thank you to the Minter Creek Elementary Dolphins for following along Puget Sound Stormwatch. Much appreciated. Getting kind of anxious, guys. We're within 6 subs now of 200. Okay, so we have a special weather statement from National Weather Service at Portland for the thunderstorms down near Salem right now. Oh, I just realized I did not put that on the tab cluster that is recording right now. There we go. That's much better. So this is a significant weather advisory for the areas in the Polygon in Marion and Clackamas counties in northwestern Oregon. This is a very similar track to. Okay, guys, I think I had a little bit of a. All right, yeah, someone said it froze. I had a little bit of a Wi-Fi hiccup there again. I'm not hardwired, so I'm relying on the desktop PC's internal Wi-Fi adapter, which isn't always reliable. So my apologies if it does hang up. I'll just restate again what I was saying before about the special weather statement. How this is just outside of severe criteria. We need to have wind gusts of 58 miles per hour or greater to qualify as a severe thunderstorm, or 1 inch and greater hail diameter, which is quarter size hail. So wouldn't surprise me if we get a quick severe flare up out of this. Okay, BJM Ross 63 says you're fairly close to me. I'm in Federal Way. Yep, I've been born and raised in Federal Way, so that's the jump I like to see. Okay, guys, I think it's definitely gonna happen tonight. We're gonna hit 200 subs on the stream. I just need 2 more subs, and then we can have something to really celebrate tonight. Be right back. Gotta go check the phone. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a brief intermission here, probably about 15 minutes ago or so. So if you want to leave the stream, thank you for tuning in. It was a pleasure streaming with you guys tonight. But otherwise, time to go to intermission.
I'm so proud of you. And it's so fucking. I knew it would.
Like Okay, everyone. I am back, at least for a short time. For those of you who have hung around, thank you for waiting. Uh, at 199 subs and counting. I will be going to eat here short. Oh, hey. Hmm. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, I will be taking a food break here shortly. So thank you guys again for the patience. One sub out from 200 subs. See what's going on the radar. You can really start to see the low center coming in. Another cyclone developing behind this, but this is not going to affect us. Okay, we got a few storm reports out of the Portland area. In Polk County, Oregon, Dallas train storm spotter reported wind gusts 45 miles per hour, not associated with with a thunderstorm. So that's part of the cyclone, the winds within the cyclone. However, 1 mile south of King City in Washington County, Oregon, public reported a 43-mile per hour wind gust associated with a thunderstorm. Small branches, cars shaking, power lines down. So a few areas in the Portland metro are without power at the moment. And we are going on 4 hours here shortly. So 16 viewers right now, 720 unique live views, 37 likes. Thank you guys. You're doing amazing. Let's check to see if we hit that lucky number. Yes. Yes. 200 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for that. I think now I've got a really good excuse to start using this channel much more often. Facebook page still at 4,600 likes, 6,300 followers. I think I'm just shy. Now we're at 201. I'm just shy of 6,400. Let me see that exact number. A little bit shy. 6,330. Yes, while I'm at it, let me show you a few other of my social accounts. Or at least one, if I can sign into it. Ah, gotcha. All right, guys, here's a quick look at my X, aka Twitter page. recently blown up in popularity. I think I was at 279 followers before yesterday. I got about 29 new followers. It is almost always weather related tweets. Oh, I think I'll just drink my water. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you again for hanging in. We're going to go back into a temporary intermission just so I can fill my stomach. Thank you guys again for tuning in. See you guys in a moment. And just like that, we are back in business. That was a scrumptious meal. Thank you all for waiting. Sorry that took so long. Let's see, 9 viewers. Hey, for those of you who are just tuning in, hello, my name's Anthony. I am the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook as well as YouTube. So we are hanging on tight at 201 subs right now. So we have broken the record of 200 subs. Therefore, even if tonight's setup does bust, still got something to be excited about. You guys might have seen me scrolling through my X feed. Just looking at some of the local weather forecasters. All right. And someone mentioned earlier about the Camino Island radar going down, and sure enough, it did. So that was a good call. Got to remember who exactly said that. Getting slightly breezy finally in Lacey. All right. Perfect. Just in time. Go back and look at our satellite imagery. Should be up to date. Yes. So the Sting jet should now be within 100 miles of the coastline. So eventually, we're really going to be getting these robust wind gusts kicking up here shortly across the southwest interior. And then those will shortly move northward into the Puget Sound lowlands. Thank you for your dedication to getting this info out to us. Any thoughts on what to expect in the Lakewood area? Thank you, Rebecca Jacobson, for your inquiry. To answer your question, it's going to be pretty much the same story across most of the southern Puget Sound and southwest interior. Easily 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts with embedded higher gusts up to 60 miles per hour. This high wind warning in effect for the area is in effect until 10 a.m. tomorrow, so there is plenty of time for the system to evolve before making landfall. This is the most recent full run of the high resolution rapid refresh model at 2Z, so 6 p.m. The 3Z still rendering, not fully rendered, but the last model run at 6 p.m. has 50 miles per hour for Olympia, 51 for Tunfield and Gray Army Airfield, 52 for McCord, 52 for the Narrows, 54 for Bremerton Airport, 51 for SeaTac, and so on. So Lakewood's right about here, so you can expect if we average these numbers out, probably in the territory of 52 miles per hour max wind gusts overnight. So hopefully I answer your question, Rebecca. Yeah, this 3Z just started rendering. We only have one frame out of 8. The sustained wind speeds. So it's got these southerly winds starting to pick up at the top of the hour. So this is 8 o'clock. So here in the next hour, for sure, Southwest Washington is really going to get these wind gusts popping up. These are just sustained winds and streamlines. So the streamlines show the direction and velocity of the sustained winds towards the surface. This is about 33 feet above sea level. Gusts, on the other hand, got some areas along, say, the Nisqually River Valley, some areas of the Chehalis River Valley, mostly the mountainous terrain and the coastline, where wind gusts are already expected to exceed 60, perhaps 65 miles per hour here at the top of the hour. Yes, we're back up to 20 viewers. Good to see that people are catching on again. Go check Facebook again one more time. Wow. So, my updated post about the wind advisory upgrade to the high wind warning earlier, I posted this about 9 hours ago, has 115 reactions, 30 comments, and 158 shares. Unbelievable, truly. Like, these posts are getting significant engagement and are being spread like wildfire. Really, really humbling to see, truly. Any new subs? Still hanging it steady at 201. That's a good sign. Okay, so the Camino Island radar site shown here is officially out of service at the moment, which luckily the convective storms have already passed for the most part, so we won't have to rely on this radar. Mostly be focusing on the Langley Hill coastal radar anyways, since this has a full view of cyclone coming in and will show precisely where it makes landfall in the coming probably 4 or 5 hours a day. You can start to see the bent back occlusion on the radar. This extends out to 100 nautical miles, so 115 miles respectively. That means that we're almost within 100 miles of expected storm landfall. So we'll expect this pressure gradient to really start to fill in across the sound here by the time 10 o'clock comes around. So give it about 2 more hours and you'll really, really start to up the ante on these wind gusts. Yeah. Couple of new comments. Steve Robertson, welcome to the stream. What's going on? Just got here. Welcome. My name's Anthony. I am the owner and host of the Puget Sound Stormwatch Facebook page and YouTube page. Right now, just going over some weather model predictions for maximum wind gusts around the Puget Sound. Waiting for this model to finish rendering. So up to 6 frames now. Even at frame 6, this is effective at 1 a.m. Has max wind gusts of about 48 miles per hour across a good region of the South Sound, especially the greater Tacoma area. And SeaTac is expected to hit about 44 miles per hour by 1 a.m. with this model run. So right now, still trending down. So it's probably taking into account the pressure collapse that's expected to happen once it makes landfall. Because as quick as this storm gained momentum, it's going to collapse in on itself and be a thing of sheer nothingness within probably 12 hours of landfall. Let me see if we have a new 18Z. Go ahead, max wind gust swath. So 18Z Euro still showing similar story. Gusts in the 50 mile per hour range across most of Puget Sound. If we go to the northwest view for regions, puts into a wider perspective, not quite the city or state view, but a regional view. And go to the sea level pressure anomaly, and we're going to see just how, like, you see it matures at about 975 millibars, and then watch as it makes landfall, and just like that, it's gone. So this is in 3-hour intervals. This is the prediction for 4 a.m. tomorrow. The Euro has the storm making landfall between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m. And then by the time 10 a.m. comes around, storm's wiped off the map. We don't see setups like this too often, but they do happen. Not unheard of. The Euro's picking up the upper level and surface ridging that forms after the storm comes through and brings us some nice settled weather Wednesday and Thursday. A lot of models are showing temperatures well into the 60s for much of the Puget Sound area Wednesday and Thursday. So just a heads up if you want a couple good weather days. Wednesday and Thursday this week are going to be those days. Okay. Really great. Thank you. Steve asks, will it hit Tumwater? Yes. So we got to go back to, let's go back to the HER 3KM and go back to the city zoom, Seattle metro area. I'm having kind of a Wi-Fi dropout here, so bear with me. Go to wind gust swath. So this render is out to 8 hours, and it already has the Olympia area at maximum 50 mile per hour gust at 11 p.m. tonight. Sorry, I've been talking for almost 4.5 hours, so the larynx isn't quite liking it very much. We can see most of that wind, the strongest wind gust comes within the next hour. And then it'll really start to work its way up into the northwest interior and areas of the Puget Sound by the time midnight hits. See if we can look at a couple other things here. So actually, this lightning flash density model did turn out pretty well. It forecasted a lot of the lightning flashes here in the Central Sound quite accurately. So this was at 7 o'clock. It was predicting good amount of lightning flashes here up north, as well as in a little bit of the foothills. So timing was a little bit off, but the magnitude was there. So good job to the HER 3KM for verifying that. Go back a little farther to go before the event, but you see it covered this area extremely well, like almost perfectly dead on with the lightning strikes that were detected. A few lightning strikes down here. Was a little too far east in this solution, but if we would have had some more lightning in the Central Sound, like some of those blue contours here, then I'd say it would be a smash hit success. There's a few other little tidbits that are fun to look at, but not super important around here. This is a supercell composite index. So supercell composite indices of 5 to 6 down here in the southwest. This is just conditions favorable for the development of supercell thunderstorms. Say similar for K indices. This is once again another index for thunderstorm potential. Takes several factors into account. And once the storm system is out of here and the upper level trough moves out, you can see the indices are non-existent. Another fun one to look at sometimes are updraft helicity tracks that shows the number of tracks where a storm's updraft is rotating. Namely, over a velocity of 75 meters squared per second squared, which is considered favorable for a developing tornado. It's actually got a maximum of 17.4 helicity tracks down here in western Lewis County. So we're glad that didn't seem to verify, because there were some pretty good marginal tornado sounding diagrams coming in for this area of Washington earlier. Good to see I didn't verify, or else we would have probably had at least a funnel cloud down in southwest Washington somewhere. Some of these storms were rotating when they came through that area. The shear was there, but the instability, not quite. Instability is quite limited, and that takes us to surface based potential energy. This was 0Z Her. So this was at 4 p.m. Had almost 1,000 joules per kilogram of surface based CAPE over the Columbia River, Cowlitz, and Columbia counties here. Pretty impressive for storm development, and the radar definitely verified that. Then as we go on, get some surface CAPE values in excess of 300 joules per kilogram. This is as of 6 p.m. So that's what caused a lot of those widespread lightning strikes, was this surface-based potential energy that the storms were feeding off of. There's quite a bit of instability, but up here there wasn't favorable shear for more robust development for stronger supercells or tornadoes, for example. Then basically no energy, because once that trough moves out, we're going to get some ridging filling in, and we're going to get some nice weather out of that. Another fun one is SIGTOR, significant tornado parameter, based on 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear. So this is the shearing winds changing direction and magnitude with height from 0 to 6 kilometers in the atmosphere. This is, once again, just another index, and this was showing a very favorable spot here along the Columbia River earlier. Just really fantasy talk here. It was showing some pretty decent numbers for around here earlier in the South Sound. Like we had almost a 1.0 SIGTOR for the South Sound. Would have been cool to see a spin up, but at the same time, conditions just weren't favorable. The lower wind profile was way too linear, not enough shearing. I got a message asking me for a link to the live stream. Go ahead and send that his way real quick. Should be a valid link. Back to analytics, we are at 202. Then this should be a rather up-to-date satellite image. Let's go back to the infrared imagery. So darker colors are lower, warmer cloud tops. Lighter colors are higher, colder cloud tops, mostly associated with convection. So these are some of the convective bands that we got earlier through the Puget Sound that produced all of that lightning. You can see that still continuing on in the North Sound quite a bit, but no new lightning strikes at this hour. Most of the convective activity has died off as the surface heating has cooled down and instability is starting to cap off a bit. So the storm center is still just a little over 100 miles off the coast, about due west of, I'd like to say this is the Queets area of Jefferson County. Yes, this is small town of Queets in here along US 101, right on the border of Jefferson and Grays Harbor counties. So it's basically due west of there. Still continuing a favorable northeasterly track towards Cape Flattery, where it should stall a little bit and then turn east. At that point, it'll start to rapidly fill in, and the gradient will be a thing of history. By the time lunchtime comes around tomorrow, no one would have even known that a storm was off the coast. Power's already flickering and some mamish, no wind. Okie doke. So we are now officially over 4.5 hours on the stream. Still would have to be going like well into the 10 o'clock hour to beat my original stream, but that's not gonna happen tonight. Probably gonna start wrapping this up around 8:30, barring any new data coming in or an impulse in stream engagement. We have 15 viewers at the moment. For those of you just tuning in, my name's Anthony. I am the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch on both YouTube and Facebook. If you have already subscribed to the channel, thank you again. It was a great day to surpass 200 subs. I think that was my audio coming in. Okay. Yeah, I haven't worn my headphones for a while, so if you guys hear the noise gate I put on cutting out, then that's probably what it is. Last time I just had the mic on the whole time, would pick up some background noise and whatnot, but now I have it so that when I'm not talking, it cuts off the mic completely. So, no new comments in the last 10 minutes or so on the stream, so I'll give it about 15 minutes, and if I don't get an influx of comments, I'll probably begin to wind the stream down. Got a couple errands to run tomorrow, and then in the meantime, really just going to be watching and waiting for that pressure gradient to start kicking in and those winds to rapidly rise. I'm going to take a photo to add to my Facebook page story real quick. So, smile and say cheese. Perfect. And also, speaking of subscribed, I talked about this earlier in the stream, but I do have Facebook page subscriptions now enabled. So for a low price of $1.99 per month, you can subscribe to additional perks, including subscriber only live streams, subscriber only reels, photos, posts, and a group chat with other subscribers. 203, thank you to that other sub. The subscriber page is still in its beta phase, so if you do subscribe to the page, you might not see anything right away. I'm working on getting some items ready to put together to upload to my subscriber only hub on Facebook. So, just a disclaimer. I said this at first when I mentioned the subscriber page that you will not miss out on any weather information that I post to my main page. The subscriber hub is just bonuses in addition to what I post on my public page. So no one misses out on any critical weather updates. It's just extra in-depth analyses and additional live streams that aren't published to YouTube or the main page. So if you want to give direct financials and monetary support to the Facebook page, that's one way of doing it. I also have the star system set up, so On eligible posts, you can send packs of stars, minimum 100 stars, or $1 to show direct support to the Puget Sound Stormwatch page. All earnings go directly back into the page, including the YouTube channel, to make streams like this much more possible and frequent. So, thank you guys again. If you want to subscribe, there's a button on my front page of the Facebook page. $1.99 a month if you're interested. You don't have to. Not pressuring you to. It's just showing support to the page and getting some additional perks on top of it. All right. Let's go ahead and adjust the chair again. A message from one of my top fans, Lorinda Golgowski near Covington. Bear with me, guys. I'm just replying to a few direct messages on my Facebook account. Thankfully, the Meta Business Suite makes this extremely easy. It's also fun to go into and check some of the analytics as well. Ooh. This is around the time I start to wind down normally for work. Thankfully, I do not have work tomorrow, so that way I'm able to stay up a little later with you guys and give you guys updates. Since for the most part, this is kind of a second job. I get paid a small premium from Meta each month based on my Facebook page's performance. Obviously, not enough to live off of, but it's enough to show up in the bank statements and be noticeable. Yeah, some of the analytics here are staggering for the period. Like the Facebook fan reach is at 35.4 thousand impressions at the moment, which is up almost 500% from the last 28-day period. Really, just from the last 2 days worth of posts. So, just beyond incredible. Page net follows are 227. It says it's up 22,800%, which is unbelievable. I mean, I can't even fathom that. Although I do have 25 unfollows, so I'm sorry to see you guys go if you left, but I completely understand. Uh, there's a lot of people that don't want to follow an amateur weather page, and that's exactly what I am. Nothing more than a hobbyist. I do this for fun. But yeah, See, the gross number of follows already in the last 2 days is plus 230, which is up 2,000% compared to the last 28-day period. Just beyond incredible. Let's see, views. This got out to 172,400 people. Like literally just yesterday, my post reached 86,000, almost 87,000 people. Page visits 11,400, up 400% compared to the last 28-day period. So, I mean, guys, if you want to get the word out, feel free to keep sharing the page. Like, comment, subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. Let's get Puget Sound Stormwatch to blow up even more this year. I got a couple new storm reports here for NWS Portland, and also NWS Portland upgraded the wind advisory for the Willapa and Wakaiyakam lowlands to a high wind warning that is now in effect until 4 a.m. tomorrow. So if you're watching from Southwest Washington in Pacific and Wakaiyakam counties, you're also now under a high wind warning until 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So at Lloyd Center in Portland, there's non-thunderstorm wind damage. So that means it's associated with the winds within the cyclone. 66,000 without power. Non-thunderstorm wind damage in Washougal. 1.5 foot in diameter tree down. Cape Disappointment hit a hurricane force wind gust at 8 p.m. So 74 miles per hour for Cape Disappointment. Things are really getting going on the coast now. We got a couple new comments. So Calais says drove through Briar, lots of outages. Good news is Moto Pizza in Edmonds, and most of Edmonds had power around 8 o'clock. Wouldn't be surprised to see that change late in the overnight hours. The YouTube user A says, you do a great job, man. Love your Twitter and X posts. Thank you for being a follower. Let me go back to my X page real quick and pull up my main profile. So hanging on steady at 308 followers, and this is something I've never seen before. 17,000 impressions in the last 7 days, mostly the last 2 days of me posting forecast models to X. There's one post in particular here that took off and got 108 different likes, 7 comments, 9 reposts and or quotes, and 108 likes. 7,600 views and impressions. Something I've never seen before. So, guys, if you want to follow my weather page on X, aka Twitter, it's at MiltonWaTech99 or Anthony Croyle with a lightning bolt. So at Milton WA Tech 99 on X. I've also gotten a few requests to start posting on Blue Sky. I will look into it, but I'm not 100% sold yet. Most of my fan base is on X, but I do see a growing fan base moving over to Blue Sky Social. So I will heavily consider it in the near future. All right. 3Z hers should be done, hopefully, rendering. Yes, it is. Go take a look. This is probably going to be my last model checkup of the night because about a good time to start winding things down. People are going to sleep. So, once again, slightly trending down for some areas. Actually trended up a little bit for SeaTac and surrounding areas, but down just a tad bit for the greater Tacoma area. So now both the NAM and her are sticking their guns to sort of a typical windstorm event around here, factoring in how quickly the storm collapses as it moves in. This storm were to maintain strength a little bit longer, we'd be talking about a widespread damaging wind event, but a lot of us are going to get lucky and not experience that tonight. Just out of curiosity, here's a model I don't check too much very often, the Canadian HRDPS. Super high resolution model. Doesn't do well for wind, but it does have a huge swath of 58 plus mile per hour winds for Whidbey Island and surrounding waters. This almost certainly will not verify. Consider this more of an outlier. Got this huge area of 58 plus mile per hour wind gusts for the Issaquah Plateau, which I believe will not verify. Although it does agree for the most part on 50 plus to 55 mile per hour gusts for a lot of the Central Sound. So I'll give it props to that. But in other terms, I kind of like where the per 3km is trending. Is to compare it to the NAM 3km for the same time. NAM 3km still has some locally robust wind gusts here in the South Sound, but these have been trending down too with time. A also says opinions on school closings. So most likely it would be individual school closings rather than districts. We've seen this a lot with previous windstorms where districts seldom close. It's mostly individual schools that lose power due to these events. So I feel like if a school were to close, it's going to be a single school in a vicinity. I think probably 5 more minutes or so, and I'm going to start winding down the stream for the night. I think we're done looking at Pivotal. Probably done looking at College of DuPage. So just going to keep a couple of tabs going here to keep it simple. Keep Windy, Weather Bell, and of course the subscriber count. Just got a new updated satellite image, and let me see if I can measure the distance. Yes. So from point 1 to 2, this is 132 miles away from Nia Bay at the moment. Go out to Cape Flattery, the westernmost point of the contiguous United States. Still about 126 miles out. So I did sort of overestimate how far out it was at first. So we're actually right about within 125 miles of Cape Flattery at this point. And once this inner band really starts to move in up the southwest interior, your wind gusts are going to kick in pretty quickly around here. Just out of curiosity, let's take a look at this other upper level trough starting to form behind this system. Be able to pull up ISO bars or ISO bars. See, this one's actually a monster. This is 956 millibars, way out in the Pacific. Let's go back to wind. Scratch that. I was way ahead on the model run here. So let's try that one more time. That's better. So there was a storm system out here. I believe it was this trough down here that was forecast to move into this area and deepen to 956 millibars. This would not hit us most likely veer up and go into the Gulf of Alaska. I'm gonna head off, man. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for tuning in. See you around for the next one. I'll catch you around on X. So the European model currently has our surface low at 980 millibars and holding its strength pretty well. It's really going to start to rapidly fill in and collapse as it nears Cape Flattery. Let's go ahead and time a little bit and see where this model predicts it's going to make landfall. So now this European actually has it making landfall quite a ways north of where it was forecasted to, which will also help reduce our max gust totals around here. So it has it making landfall in the Tofino area, just south of Tofino. So move into Port Alberni, and the pressure gradient really starts to collapse in on itself. Don't get me wrong, there's still a pretty nice pressure gradient going on here, so I won't deny the possibility of 55 plus mile per hour gusts for a lot of spots, but 60 miles per hour is looking more and more out of the question for a widespread area of the sound. Yeah, so in the coming hours from this time, this low has already hit peak maturity, so it's just going to be on a weakening curve from this point on. And now that the Euro is predicting it to pull north, this could really help lower our wind gusts. But let's compare it to a couple other high-res models real quick. Oh, there it is. Much different user interface than mobile. So we go with the GFS, the low res model. Go forward in time a little bit. Has it making landfall a little bit farther south, just a tad north of Cape Flattery. Still an ideal spot to get some really robust wind gusts in the southeast quadrant of this trough here. But the GFS doesn't have a great track record for windstorms, I'm afraid. Okay, let's go to the Continental R3KM, see what that has to say. Looks like this one has the surface low pulling way farther north, like north of Tofino, BC. But still has this nice little pressure gradient across the sound, which would give us 50 plus mile per hour wind gusts easily. And last one, no, let's do two more. I'm gonna check out the high resolution Canadian HRDPS. So there's pretty good agreement that this storm is going to pull a little north at the last minute, which would spare us from a widespread damaging wind event. This one has landfall right around Tofino as well. Last but not least, I want to check out the NAM. See what the NAM has to say. Yeah, pretty similar story for the most part. It pretty much agrees with the R3KM. It has it between Tofino, BC and Cape Flattery, which would spare this area a lot of damaging winds. So it's good to see that we have pretty good model agreement this close to the event and not a lot of disparity. It's also relieving to see that the damaging wind threat for the most part is mitigated across a lot of the area. I believe actually the NWS may be able to let this high wind warning expire a little early or reduce it back to a wind advisory if all goes well. Hey guys, we have 14 viewers, 42 likes, 855 stream views total. But I think we have hit our peak for this evening. Just 3 minutes away from 5 hours. My larynx feels like it's been shot. Gotta drink lots of water and prepare for the next live stream. Will probably be a little while. Over the next few minutes, if you have any last minute questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to express them in the chat and I'll get to them in the order received. I'm going to switch this back to the subscriber counter. We're at 205. And that's how we're going to end the stream here. So in the meantime, we've already gone over all of the models I want to go over. So that part of the stream is done. So if you're just here for most of the weather talk and analyses based on that, then you're more than welcome to head to bed anytime you want. But I'm just going to hang around for a couple more minutes, let the stream hit 5 hours, see if anyone has any last minute questions or concerns, and then after that, call it a night myself. All right, guys, 90 more seconds. That is 90 more seconds, and I'm going to call it a night on the stream. So you have a little over a minute to send any last minute questions, comments, or concerns. Okay, 1 minute for any last minute questions, comments, or concerns, and then I'm going to call it a night on the stream. All right, 30 more seconds. It looks like if the sub count stays the same, I'm gonna end the night with 206. For comparison, we started at, this is a little out of date, we started at 145 subscribers when the stream started, so I've gained 61 subs. Things I like to see. All right, guys, we have surpassed the 5 hour mark on the stream, so I am going to call it a night. Thank you all for tuning in. Very much appreciated. I'm hoping to do streams like this more often now that I'm settled in my new place. Getting used to the new setup and a few new quirks for my streaming software. Eventually, I'm going to figure out how to run a hard line in here to plug into my PC so we don't have as much signal dropouts as I had today. Once again, big thanks for subscribing to the channel, liking, and engaging with the Facebook page. Much appreciated. So with that being said, this is Anthony from Puget Sound Stormwatch saying have a great night, stay safe, and don't blow away.